is hereby given that the City Council of Nassau Bay, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on December 11th, 2023 at 6 p.m. at Council Chambers, City Hall, 1800 Space Park Drive, Suite 200, Nassau Bay, Texas. We've called to order. All members, where's James? All at once, so everybody but James is here. I know he's coming. I'm gonna text him here real quick, folks. I'm gonna take a little liberty with the agenda. Well, thank you, he probably thinks it's but all are present, but James Abbey. And I'm going to dispense with the invocation. I'm going to postpone the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a little bit of a surprise for folks with some scouts that will help lead us at that time. So I'm going to push that till 7 o'clock, which means we're going to move into the oath of office. So Ashley, would you please come up and join us?
In the name and by authority of the state of Texas. I'll raise your right hand and repeat after me and insert your name with your brother.
I, Ashley Clute,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Council Member Position 6, City of Nassau Bay,
of Council Member Position 6, City of Nassau Bay,
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas.
and will to the best of my ability
I will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and of this state.
of this day.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Where do you want us, James?
Let's get right center, please, if y'all don't mind.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And family, if y'all want to
In the
take
middle.
pictures
Yep.
as well, please go ahead. 1, 2, good, perfect. Thank you. Congratulations.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And then I'm going to have us pause for recess, or I should say for a reception. But I want to make it for 2 reasons. The primary reason was to have a welcome reception for Ashley as she actually sits and joins us up on council. But it's also, it came to me also as I looked at this, and it's amazing how time flies. But Nathan Bird, this is gonna be his last official regular city manager or city council meeting as city manager. So it's a little bit of a welcome and a bon voyage. So
Focus more on the welcome.
but in any event, we have what I like to say is juice and cookies. It's probably a little bit better than juice and cookies, but this is here to welcome and take a recess. It is 6:05. I am now going to bring us back into open session. It is 6:41, and we have a little bit of a special individual who's gonna help lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Lucy, did you wanna help?
Yeah, Marshall, come on up here. This is Marshall.
Oh, let's go down there.
Yep, I'll come down. He's from Troop 1966, which is our local boys troop Scouts PSA at St. Thomas.
Woo! Nice to meet you. Thank you for doing this. So we're gonna have you do two things. It's not only the Pledge Allegiance to the United States, but also to the Texas flag. Okay? All righty. So if everyone would stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good.
Honor to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the United States, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you very much for doing that. Why don't you introduce them again?
Okay, yes, this is Marshall Wynn from Troop 1966. We're also going to have someone else, Reed Hickey, coming. They are working on their citizenship in the community merit badge, and so one of the items in that merit badge is to attend a city council meeting and look up some of the issues. So I sent them the agenda earlier, and they're here just to observe what we do. So be on your best behavior.
Thank you. Thanks a lot to do that, so I really appreciate it. Okay. So I'm going to move past one item, 3.1. We told the Go Texan folks that we were gonna start at 7 o'clock. So since we're moving early, we'll just break in when I see either Lisa or Debbie come in, which means I'm gonna move directly to the citizens' comments, the public hearing. So any citizens that are interested in wanting to speak, come up, say your name, your address, and you're limited to 3 minutes. Okay? Did you?
Yeah.
Let's let him go first. Mark, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
My name is Mark Abbey. I live at 1738 I would like to find out where the items that we purchased from are being still. As one of the kids who helped raise the money, we would like to do our own grand reopening to the gazebo with it decorated as we described and do it during Christmas break. Thank you.
Oh, you can address that in your public work session. Yeah, thank you. Are there others that would like to come up?
It's a bit of a St. Thomas night, isn't it? Kathy Hollowell, 18426 Point Lookout, a member of St. Thomas the Apostle Episcopal Church and a member of the choir. In 2016, we received a gift. It was a donation, a historic pipe organ, a Kimball 7133, and it was built in 1933. It has, I'll give you some pictures, you can
Start.
It has 3 manuals, 52 ranks, 41 stops, and 3,556 pipes. Now, one of the things about receiving a donation is it's a lovely thought, but then you actually have to install it. And I don't know if you understand what a pipe organ is like, but the part that you see, which is the console, which has the manuals in front of it, in which the organist plays, that's just the very small part of it. Right now, we have 5 rooms of organ. at St. Thomas the Apostle. And we have been working on this project since 2016. We have converted 3 large rooms in the loft. We have had it all the sprinkler system, and we've had the walls done, and we have now at last had the shades put up. When you look at a pipe organ in any church, you go to a cathedral or anywhere and see those pipes on the wall, they're fakes. Because the real pipes are not there. The real pipes are huge. We have pipes that range from about 3 inches to 15 feet. And that's a lot of pipe. So what I'm asking from this council is obviously to just give us a little bit of support. We are having a gala in February to which you are all very, very welcome. And we would like you to come. And I know that each council member has received an invitation. We are going to have auctions. We're going to have a silent auction. We'll have a live auction. And that will just be part of what we're really doing. This is an instrument which, if it had not come to St. Thomas, would have been stripped for parts. There are only 4 of them left in the country. There isn't one in Texas. I have a letter from the Houston branch. It's 200 organists strong, the Houston branch of the Guild of Organists. And they say there is nothing comparable anywhere in the region. I know that most of you have at some time or other been in the sanctuary at St. Thomas and will know that it is beautiful. We've held 12 recitals this year, children's recitals. On Sunday afternoon, I went to my granddaughter's piano recital. There were over 200 people in there. We don't charge for that. This is an opening for music. This is a historic piece of music that we can give to you. It's going to be, it belongs to Nassau Bay. We've got it. There's no getting away from it. We have got it, and we need to have it supported. If we get the support from people like the council, then what will happen is that we will get better grants. We are applying for grants, and foundations hopefully will be able to give us some help. Right now, what we need is 250,000. An organ of this caliber actually would cost 1.5 million. So this is, 250,000 sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money, but compared with the rest of, hello, Sarah. I always feel that sport gets a lot of money from everybody. Everybody wants to support sport. Music ends up by being buskers standing on street corners playing a musical instrument. We own this organ, and it is a beautiful thing that will enhance this area. We already have been told that the 4 big universities that have organ programs are desperate for us to be able to open this up. We will not be charging them. They will come and they will give recitals, and we will be able to open those recitals and concerts to the general public. This is something that is a gift. It's a historic instrument, and we have an 18-year-old organist from the University of Houston right now, who is playing on a computer organ in St. Thomas the Apostle. I want him to play on this majestic instrument. We have already taken out all the carpet. The acoustics are so good at St. Thomas the Apostle that is why people ask us if they can have a recital in our church. So this is not a gift to the church, this is a gift to Nassau Bay. And I really would like support from everybody. Thank you very much indeed. And if you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else that would like to speak? This is the citizens hearing. Going once? Going twice? Oh. Going twice always catches that last.
Nancy Lynn, 2445 Baycrest Drive. I want to say thank you to the council, the mayor, everybody, Paul Lopez, all of his guys that I want to put in Reese. Thank you for everything you've done for the city, starting with, let's just go back a week ago, Michelle Weller, the Reese, really worked hard on those photos, about 10 hours or more, getting the fresh greenery, but bringing back the city. And that's what all of you here are trying to do. We really, really appreciate it. Everybody that I've come into contact, a lot of different groups are talking about it. That's a really positive, wonderful buzz. So thank you. Thank you for helping Swan Lagoon dust itself off and become the area and the group of homes that it is. Wonderful people, wonderful, everybody's enjoying it. But overall, the city. So thank you. That's the best Christmas present ever.
Thank you. Anybody else? Again, going once? Going twice? Citizens hearings closed. Moving on to, let me just ask a quick question. Is Lisa Gurgis or Debbie Gutierrez here? I thought that was you. I have something for you, so I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna go to 3.1, which will close out the appointments and proclamations. Come on up. Please.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have something for you.
You're up.
This is Lisa.
I'm Debbie.
You're Debbie. Well, come on up, please, come over here. So this is for the Houston Livestock and Rodeo Show, Go Texans. So I know this is really popular for all our, citizens, and I know you guys are trying to move stuff down.
Yes, we are.
This way, so if you could give kind of people a little bit of a idea of what you're trying to do and the things along that line.
We're trying to hold, we hold 4 events throughout the year. And all the money that we raise goes directly to scholarship recipients. And we're trying to bring some of our events into the Nassau Bay area so that we can bring all the community in and work with Nassau Bay more.
Yeah.
Because we could not raise the money that we raise without the support of the city. We could not do it.
Yep. Well, I have a check here, and this is a live check. And I understand you're somebody who can take a live check.
I am somebody that can
Yeah,
take a live
so,
check.
so here it is. It's $10,000
Yes.
from the city to the
Can't tell
Houston
you,
Livestock and Rodeo Show.
we are very appreciative. Thank you.
Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
All right,
Appreciate it.
that gets you out of here too. Okay, this is now next to the council members' comments, and Paula, you're number 1. Let's start with you.
I have a quick and easy comment about this weekend. The reindeer run was fabulous. The party in the park was fabulous. The fireworks, the boat parade was fabulous. So thank you to all of those who participated and supported that and made those things happen. So thank you. And of course, the staff, the police that were there helping us keep things in order, we appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, first, Reed Hickey, can you stand up and wave to everybody? We have our second member from
There we go.
1966. All right, so thank you for coming. Next, I would like to thank everyone who helped with Holiday in the Park, especially Public Works did an amazing job. They make it look so easy, and just appreciate everyone coming out there and supporting and having a good time. So thank you. And in the holiday spirit, I just want to remind everybody that this is the time of year for kindness and generosity. So think about what you can do over the next couple weeks to be a good neighbor to somebody.
That's all I've got.
Thank you, Lucy. Jason?
All right, yeah, I got a few things here. This weekend was excellent in Nassau Bay, looked amazing. All Saturday was basically Christmas in Nassau Bay. So the fun run was a lot of fun. My daughter got to do it, she did really good. Holiday in the Park was amazing. City employees, the police department, public works, fire department, you guys did a great job. Hopefully the fire department was able to get Santa back to the North Pole safely. It was nice to have him come in, with you guys. And then the boat parade later on that evening was a lot of fun. We got to go check out a bunch of boats. So I hope a lot of you guys got to come out there and enjoy that before the rain came. And then a few of us got to go to the awards brunch on Sunday. And man, these people put in a lot of work on these boats. So there's a lot more people than you would imagine that are involved in that. So hopefully you guys get to enjoy it this year and a few more years. On not such a light note, there's been, and I'm sure the chief's probably gonna talk about this, but there's been a lot of thefts in motor vehicles. I know last time I talked about, porch pirates. So it doesn't look like anything like that happens, but there's a lot of motor vehicle thefts and thefts in motor vehicles. So if you guys have anything in your cars, make sure you're, making it where people can't see it, lock your vehicles, take extra precaution. And then even, there was a person that got scammed out of quite a bit of money. So just make sure that you're, not answering those emails from random people, you're not answering those phone calls where people tell you to pay them some money or, your account's gonna get locked out. So just be very cautious with that, because it's the time you give, but not to the people that are trying to scam. So, that's all I got.
Chase, I'd like to follow on with we like to call them backseat buccaneers instead of the porch pirates. So the backseat buccaneers, I echo that. It seems to be that there's a lot of people it's happening in a corridor in Nassau Bay. Recently, I was told that the street behind us, that actually someone broke into a car and took that along with a couple of car thefts that have been listed. So please make sure you do lock your car, very important. And if you have something of value, take it inside. It's a better place than there than sitting in your car where somebody can find it. Echoing everybody else, unfortunately, I was not here for Holiday in the Park. I apologize. I was at a conference. But I got to see and hear the fireworks, which went off due to a slight delay. I was told that there was a little malfunction with the extension cord. So I've asked Paul if we can do a budget amendment to get a new extension cord for fireworks for this next round. Paul said it's very doable. So that was really good. And as this is the last council meeting before Christmas, I'd like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Wish you and your families health, wealth, and happiness and a Happy New Year, that everybody is safe. And on that note, we will not be having a public safety meeting this month. You're on break for that. We'll pick it back up in January. Thank you.
Sarah?
Where's my button? Oh, there it is. Okay, so, this weekend was very busy. Maybe next year we can spread out our holiday events a little better, but, this coming weekend I might not have anything to do now. So I just wanted to say, on behalf of Canby, the reindeer fun run was awesome. I slyly switched bibs with Alex, so he had to run and I could walk. But it was a huge success. We had appearances by the volunteer fire department mascot Sparky, and the Chick-fil-A cow came and Dash Gordon, made an appearance, and a lot of people recognized him. And then we also had, a local, resident, Kevin Brown, made our t-shirts, and we're just waiting on funds to finish coming in, but it looks as though we raised over $25,000 for it. So it was an extreme success project. And also, big thanks to all the volunteers. We had so many good neighbors that came out. Dedicated people that came out with their golf carts and shuttled people from the Methodist parking lot, to the park. And I got to judge the costume contest, which was kind of funny. And there was a lady dressed up as a tree. I don't know how she ran in that, but anyways, it was a great event. And so was Holiday in the Park. The snow slide was awesome. My son made me go down it, so I'm still traumatized from that. But and so now I'm gonna move on. You already heard from my mom in great detail about the organ at St. Thomas that they're trying to raise funds for, but it truly is a unique instrument, and it would be a very neat thing to have in our community, and something that really could put heads in beds. People would travel from far, music lovers, to hear this awesome instrument. So, I just encourage people that if they're interested in supporting the community in that way, and in the way of supporting music, in our community, and drawing people here for that. The gala for that is on February 16th at Bay Oaks Country Club, and we can give you all the details on that. And lastly, this is a really cool thing. I'd like to recognize our good friend Josh Tudrick, who's not here, but probably at home putting his kids to bed. But he's a Nassau Bay resident and a Canadian astronaut, and he lives in the neighborhood, and he has just been named to the crew of the Boeing Starliner 1 mission to the ISS. So it's an incredible accomplishment for an incredible person. And that he's set to take flight sometime in 2025. So we do have a real life astronaut living in Nassau Bay that's gonna go to the ISS soon. And a fantastic family at that. And then lastly, you know, honoring Rosie, who worked at CBS for 25 years, and she passed away recently, and I think the mayor is gonna talk about her a little bit more, but she was truly a staple in the community. So just everybody remember her and keep her family in your thoughts and prayers.
Just do me a favor, because I didn't do it before. Could you say the date and the time of the gala?
Yes, the thing, for the organ, be an organ donor, celebrate, is February 16th at Bay Oaks Country Club.
Okay. February 16th.
Yes.
Okay. Ashley, welcome, by the way.
Thank you very much. I think everyone has just about summed it up. It was an amazing weekend, in the city this weekend. And like Nancy Lynn said, I think we're finally bringing Nassau Bay back to the incomparable Nassau Bay. Thanks to all the volunteers, and I'm looking forward to serving our great city. Thanks.
I'll end up here is, this past weekend was a really good time to be either in Nassau Bay or from Nassau Bay. The reindeer run, as it was mentioned, I believe it was a record for the number of people who attended. I believe it was about 100 people more than what is typically done, even pre-COVID. I believe, don't get me right, somewhere around 350 people showed up. So from that standpoint, I was honored to be able to blow the horn, but I almost got run over because I stayed in front of the people and I just like, hey, it was just a really fun time for everybody. You could just tell people were having a good time. But then the holiday in the park, it was the only holiday in the park I've seen where 75 people were waiting in line to get on the train. I mean, I have never seen so many, and they were almost all from Nassau Bay. I couldn't believe how many people came out. I mean, I think it was fantastic to see the citizens get together, and Nancy, as you mentioned, oh, there you are, you're all the way back there, is the volunteers, you know, in both those. I just cannot believe how many volunteers to be able to pull off both those events was just tremendous, and I appreciate your help in that, Lucy. You know, it was good, and the whole people in the special events, and then and again, that was, I believe it was a record, so it was like the largest ever that we've had. I think it was over 500 people that were there, and Paul, you did a great job bringing the Santa with the gift for Toys for Tots. And I was approached by so many people that did not realize that the city helped out the Marines for the Toys for Tots like we did. And that gave real visibility to things that I know your group specifically went out to buy those the day before. And I think they packed up like 8 sacks fulls of toys that were from primarily the 9 and 15-year-olds. And it really had an impression. I think everybody enjoyed that aspect of it. And then the boat parade. There's 3 firsts here. This was the first time where the boat parade and the lead boat actually started in Nassau Bay. There were about 40 boats. I think we judged 39. There were people who said they counted more than that. But that, I believe, is a record for the number of boats that were here. And my understanding in talking to the people who judged down in Kima, they had 2 or 3 boats that had hard luck, and so they only saw 37. So we actually had the largest participation of the boat parade in our backyard, which is a first that we had more than Kima. And I believe for the things we've done with the coordination with the chamber, that will never change. I think they're going to forever start here in Nassau Bay, which is just great. three other things that have been done that I just think really need to be given visibility. People have mentioned about the lights in the north-south portion of Nassau Bay Drive, Point Lookout, Upper Bay, entrance of Swan Lagoon and the entrance of Bell Harbor all just look really good. We're looking here, Paul's guys put together a way to put them in very quickly. They're not as expensive as we thought. You know, the only comment is maybe if we get them a little bit bigger, but I like them, you know, they just look really good and I've had everybody say good things. The other is, if you haven't looked at the dog park, we've completed the big entrance to the dog park and it looks great. You did a great job, Paul. And the last thing, that's really my biggest thing that I want to mention, if you haven't been down in Harbor Martinique, down by Leeward and Windward, the volunteer fire department with the help with the concrete public works have finished. They put up the fence, everything. Tom came to me and said, you gotta check it out. I went down there and it looks spectacular. It's clean. It looks good. It looks professional. If you haven't been down there where we have the safety boat, you need to go down there. They did a great job and that whole area looks just great. So I appreciate that. Good work, guys. Good work. And with that, I'll move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Wanted to mention that we've been working to try to measure interest in the next round of home elevation grants. And so we had a public meeting here last Thursday night, had a good crowd of property owners who were considering applying for a grant. If you or anybody watching is in that camp of wanting to possibly be considered for a grant, we need to know pretty soon. So you can actually watch that meeting on our YouTube page, a lot of information there. But also just give me a call, shoot me an email if you know of anybody who might be interested in being considered to be added to the list for home elevation grants. It's
just add a little sense of urgency to that. When
Yeah.
it's late, too late, Nathan? I think it's January 9th.
That's when they're due, so getting on the list in the next 2 weeks would actually be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it's in getting into the 11th hour.
Yeah. And the list doesn't commit you to anything, it just allows us to proceed with getting some more information about the property, so, no commitment, but if you're at all interested, between now and the end of next week, it'd be great to know, so we just get some contact information from you, and then connect you with our grant consultants, so please spread the word to anybody who might be interested in the home elevation grant.
I'll give you a little boost too. The people who go through this see somewhere between $75 to $100 per square foot value enhancement to their properties that they're owning. It really, really helps and gets people out of the way of flood hazard.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, check out the meeting. It's about an hour long on YouTube. Lots of good information there. I also want to join everyone in thanking elected officials, staff, residents, everybody who was involved in Saturday. I was really glad I got to see that. I texted a picture of Texas snow back to my family. They were confused on as to what was going on, but I appreciate everybody who was involved with that. It was an awesome day. I also want to thank our public works staff for getting City Hall decorated, and I want to thank our news council member for providing poinsettias. Councilmember Klug brought those up, so we appreciate that as well. And hope everybody has a wonderful holiday season. And, you know, this being my last council meeting, I just want to thank you all again, the mayor and council, for the chance to be here. It's been good working with you and with our staff and meeting so many residents who care deeply about the city. And I appreciate everyone's understanding of my departure. And although I was here a lot shorter than planned, I am really grateful I got to be here for a while. I learned a lot, and I'm really excited about the future of the city. And I'll be watching from 1,400 miles away to see all the good things that are happening here. So with that, I'll go ahead and we'll proceed to staff reports, starting with Chief.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're gonna keep it kind of short, just following up on Councilman Wardwell's statement about the car thefts. I think we had 2 this month, if I remember right. I'm not sure of the numbers. I know one of those. Several days later, he called back to remember that he parked his car somewhere else, so it was a stolen car. So we have to report them as they come in. So our numbers for November, we had 269 calls for service, 44 reports, 129 traffic stops, resulting in 93 citations and 86 written verbal warnings, 8 arrests, which were 6 misdemeanors and 2 felonies, a total of 3,502 patrol miles. Our average response time for the month was 3 minutes and 16 seconds. The only other thing I have to, is I want everybody to remember yesterday was the 4-year anniversary of the end of watch of, Sergeant Caleb Sullivan. Her end of watch was December 10th, 2019. So, officers yesterday morning placed a memorial wreath at the, memorial out here in remembrance of, Sergeant Sullivan. So thank you to everyone in the community, for the support and the comments, that we received, in person and online. And just please continue to keep Sergeant Sullivan's family along with her blue family in your thoughts and prayers. That's all I have. Thank you.
Chief, I got a couple more questions for you. Sorry, I'm trying to catch you before you.
Too late. I already walked away.
You can sit down, you can sit down. Okay, on the investigator assignment, that report, do you have that report? I just have a few questions about that one. So I can better understand it, and this may be for some of the companies as well. But can you explain ClearX and UNF? Yeah. It kind of gave like a description down at the bottom, but it wasn't clear.
Yeah, it's just, ClearX is exceptional. It's clear exceptional. There's not really a, final determination on the report, one way or the other. So it's just clear exceptional and be reopened. What was the other one?
The UNF one right after that?
It's unfounded. So
Okay, so it's just nothing there.
kind of like the,
No PC or something like that?
kind of like the report with stolen vehicle and John calls us a couple of days later. There's an investigation to find out that it was truly not really a criminal offense. It was unfounded.
And then, on percentage clear, this may be a typo on that, it says 200%?
Yes. So the percentage clear, so that for the month is compared to the number of assignments that the detectives, which is mostly Detective Gallegos and Sergeant Crowder is filled in. They're assigned X number of cases a month, but they're working on any cases.
More, so if they
They
clear
have,
one, they're assigned
yeah.
that much, okay.
They have a caseload that continues, so.
Yeah,
Just hypothetically, they may be signed 5 cases this month, but they may clear 5 others from a previous month. So that's why it shows 200.
okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I
Sure.
understood this report. So
Yes.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Public Works, the last month, is always staying pretty busy. On the street project, we completed 34 areas. The water breaks for the month were 6 major repairs. 1,300 block of Antigua, we installed 430 feet of new 6-inch water line. That was an upgrade from a 2-inch water line. Sewer jetting, 2,200 linear feet of sanitary sewer cleaning. All the sanitary lift stations, were vacuumed out and cleaned, for cold weather approaching the fast oil and grease. And at the same time, we did all the stormwater lift stations, get all the leads out of it and debris. And, got a new vacuum pump in Lake Nassau, tested it, everything is good. Our work part, we got the new gazebo in, and I just found the email for the, where you go? Lights and stuff, we'll get them ordered. Howard Ward Park put 30 tons of crushed granite, and lined up the, walking trail. And also, let's see here, got the, Christmas tree up and, lights green and red, up and down, Upper Bay, so, everything's looking good, staying busy, and, city's looking really good.
All right, so I was talking to some people earlier, and it seems like sometimes in the city, there's parts of the, roads that water pools up at. I know we're working on the streets, but is there anything, because I know there's Saxony, Nassau Bay, Martinique, I was there this past weekend, and there's some areas where water just kind of stands. And
Yeah.
so Saxony is more like consistent.
Yes, we've got a couple areas, I believe, Martinique, I know one Saxon, I think Upper Bay, that are flat. And so we're making the list for the street committee to take a look at it. So we're keeping up with all the flat areas, for the next round of street roads.
Okay.
Street sweeping will help with that too.
Yes, and we just, we did the street, normally I do it right after 4th of July and right before the holidays, I think it was done, I don't know.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was.
Paul, quick question. I'm glad you made that list. I'd like to make sure you check it twice. Just heads up on Nashua One, our lights that are on the Nashua One side, the ones that are I would call them the street lamps on our side of the street.
The black decorative?
The ones that line down, yeah, a bunch of those lights were out.
Okay.
On those, I think I counted like 18, just from Upper Bay down to where, Tilton.
Okay.
Just heads up on them.
Okay, yeah, we'll get that checked. We'll send something to, Center Point. Those lights, if one gets knocked out, it's a daisy chain. That's what it knocks down all of it. But, yeah, we'll get it in our request.
Paul, the pump you put in Lake Nassau, that's over by King Street, is it the new pump that y'all are over there?
It's the one, right past the wastewater plant, the green building, that pumps out from Lake Nassau to the Fair Street building.
Okay, I thought you guys were gonna put maybe I want to say aerator, over, by King Street and, you know, where.
We have our big aerator right down from Founder's Park, and then 1, 2, 3 in there, but King's Tree, it's only about 2 feet deep, so we can't get a really.
Okay, because I thought there was talk of that at some point, I thought it wouldn't.
Yeah, we actually have one there,
Okay.
but it's a small one, just to aerate.
But I actually thought, just to help you out,
Yeah.
we had an extra one that you can move around, it's movable, so if we ever needed to augment flow during a algae bloom. we
Yeah,
had
that area is
Yep.
particular issue.
Yeah, they go out about 100 feet, I believe, is average, and then 50 feet on the inlet. But when the dissolved oxygen levels get low on the King Street, we deploy our big pumps and move that water.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you.
Not to be displaced by.
Now it's Man, you're looking at those lots right on the drive.
There you go.
Okay, all right, so for the month of November, your volunteer fire department, ran 29 calls. We had 1,422 hours, and our membership still stands at 39.
Great number.
Appreciate the comments about the boathouse. We did move it down there last month and actually got its first inaugural use for prior to the fireworks. We had 3 agencies down there, and they did a kind of debrief or actually pre-brief for the marine ops. And my understanding was it was a line to use for restroom because everyone was departing. So word is out, and I think it'll get a use summer and lots of positive comments from our.
A number of them have asked, when is it gonna open? So that's great.
And not just for our neighboring communities. Putting cards out there, Parks and Wildlife, I think they're just gonna get some good visibility on. Well, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, citizens, hope all is well tonight. So I'd like to give a brief overview of the fiscal year 2023 financials. Keep in mind that the fiscal year has not been audited. That's expected to be done in January. The audit should be presented in March. So I'd like to begin with the general fund revenues. We received 4.9 million in property tax revenue. This is a significant, a minor decrease from the prior fiscal year. 3.6 million of that went to general fund operations. 334,000 went to the city's debt service, and the remaining amount went to Nassau Bay Redevelopment Authority. And the Redevelopment Authority, they use those funds for the debt service for the developer and also for the fire and EMS station, in addition to bringing additional payments that they make to the developer. And the property tax collection rate for fiscal year 23 was 99.58%. That's in line with prior years. And our delinquent taxes for tax year 2022 is $21,000.
So just to be clear for the citizens, we set out in that year to do a no net revenue for property taxes, and this basically confirms that we came in right, almost a little under, but it basically we call it the same.
Yes.
Yep.
So moving on to sales tax revenue, we received 1.4 million. That's a 13% increase from fiscal year 2022. And a 16% increase from the 5-year average, which is 1.23 million. Of that 1.43 million sales tax, 821,000 went to general fund operations, 410,000 went to the EDC, the Economic Development Corporation, and 205,000 that went to streets. So, 50% of sales tax is made up of the accommodation and food service industry along with retail trade, and that's in line with prior years. So for our total general fund revenue, for comparison purposes, I excluded transfers and grant revenues. We increased by 4%, and that's related to sales tax revenue, fines, EMS fees, and interest income. Moving on to water and sewer revenue. So we received $3.5 million in utility revenue. That's a 36% increase from fiscal year 2022 and a 51% increase from the 5-year average of $2.3 million. So the new rates that are related to this increase went into effect January of 2023. So that's about 10.5 months of new rates. We had about a month and a half with the old
So
rates.
so property rates stayed exactly the same, basically. I mean, the amount of cash that we did, sales taxes were, that we received were up about 200,000. We're up about 1.2 million of funds to be able to invest in our infrastructure from water and sewer.
That's correct.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Great news, Jaime. Great news.
And for FY 23, the consumption was 259 million gallons. That's a 4% increase from FY 22 and a 4% increase from the 5-year average of 249 million gallons. So most of the increase was related a little bit to consumption, but it was primarily related to the rate increase. Continuing on with revenues for our investment portfolio. As of 9/30, we had 10.3 million in our investment portfolio, and we had 429,000 of interest income for all funds. So our portfolio mix is we have 1.5 million in deposits at our depository bank. That's 15% of our portfolio, and per the policy, our max allowed is 100%. For U.S. Treasuries, we had 400,000 in U.S. Treasuries, that's 4% of our portfolio. And public funds investment pools, we had 7 million, that's 69% of our portfolio. And again, for the policy, we're allowed to have 100% max. Certificate deposits, 1.2 million, and that's 12% of our portfolio. And for our portfolio interest rate, overall, it's 4.17%. And from A through D, then that'll tell you what our rates are for each of those categories. So as you can see for the federal funds rate, usually our local government pools, they tend to correlate with the federal funds rate. So as you can see, the high for 2023 was 5.33. In 2021, it was 0.10. So you can see it was a significant increase in rates, due to fighting inflation. So we benefited from that. Continuing on with revenues, hotel occupancy revenue. We had 876,000. That's a 5% increase from 2022 and a 13% increase from our 5-year average. So as you can see, our tourism industry, we're not quite there yet, but we're getting closer toward the pre-COVID levels. The expenditures. The general fund expenditures, we had a 3% increase. That's in line with prior fiscal years. On the water sewer side, just a note, for comparison purposes, I excluded the long-term pension and other employee benefit accounts, along with transfers, debt service, and grant expenditures. So for water sewer, we had a 13% increase, and that was related to last year's budget. On quite a few of the headcount, we did an allocation change between the general fund and the water sewer. So a lot of that was shifted to the water sewer. Continuing on with our debt obligations, we had 1.3 million in debt obligations. And the funding sources for that 1.3. So Nassau Management District contributes 35,000 for our debt service. The lease revenue that we generate from the conference center downstairs, that's $162,000 contribution. Utility fees contributes 346,000. The redevelopment authority contributes another 356, and the remaining amount is from the property taxes. And the last slide is our projected reserves. So for the FY 23 budget projections, we had projected about 112 day of reserves, which is 22 days of excess. But now that we have updated numbers, it looks like we're projecting 33 days of excess reserves. We gain another 11 days.
Fantastic. Quick question for you. I know it's not on here. For our TMRS, we had an unfunded portion of that. Where is that today? Do you know? I think it's all paid off. I don't think we're unfunded now, but I just didn't, we used to be.
We made significant strides, but I think about 2 years ago, I think, they changed the,
Correct. But we were at 3.2 million unfunded, and I think we're now basically.
we closed the gaps.
I think it's like 100,000, I mean, so we've closed like almost all of it.
Yes, when we changed the cost.
Can you confirm?
Yeah, I
that?
can.
I'd like to know that.
I'll send it to Nick, so you can send it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Any questions or concerns?
Good report. We got money for it.
All right, thank you.
It's so easy to understand.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you, Anya.
Good evening, council. As of the last week, we found 412 unregistered businesses in the city. But we went to each and every one of them. The only ones that we haven't hit yet are the medical buildings, and that will be starting in January. We've collected to date, as of yesterday, $18,100. To kind of help us from having an Easter egg hunt, you know, trying to find these people and who they are, we've come into an agreement with Boxer Company that has all of the 1,100 buildings, 1322 and 2450, that they are gonna make having a business registration part of their lease. So prior to them receiving their keys, they have to produce a business registration. So that's gonna make our job a whole lot easier, and we're not gonna keep having them fall through the cracks like we have in years past.
And just to help you out, I've only had one business call me to complain. Only one out of your 400.
Okay, quite a few more.
They want us to change it, right? Just only one.
So, the agreement with Boxer is a big thing. Going on to the other parts of code enforcement, I've had 12 emails from residents, like I said, that are my eyes and ears. With those phone calls, I've been able to issue 6 red tags. Well, since our last meeting, 3 of them were residential and 3 of them were for commercial sites, being dilapidated signs and restriping the parking lots. We do have the upcoming training with GovOS that Chief had aligned. We got the contact information from them, from Chief last week, and the lady's gonna be reaching out. We'll probably start our training right after Christmas. That's important because now I've heard that there's a new platform out there that it's a third party. And so FTRs are coming back, especially in the apartment complexes. And the way that they advertise it is, they don't put a location. So you contact this outside agency and say, hey, me and my family, example, going to this place in Houston. You're not gonna say, you're not gonna be able to look on Nassau Bay itself. You contact them and then they guide you to Nassau Bay. So none of the Nassau Bay addresses are on the platform itself. It goes through the third party, and then the third party solicits the ones here. So that's gonna be a big piece but there has been an uprising of FDRs in the apartment complexes. So
Quantify that? Can you quantify that?
Sir?
Can you quantify that?
Well, I know there's 10 in the Bay House right now.
Is that right?
Yes. And it's the owner of the Bay House. And so once we put a stop to him the first time, he took it off the platform, and then this third party popped up out there, so they're skirting the system. So that we have to keep our eye on it. That's why this is gonna be a big help for us. Go ahead.
So the house that's being built on Nassau Bay Drive, the one that's been being built for about 3 years now. Have we got any update? I know somebody had mentioned it last time, I'm sure they've got a permit, but how long does that last? When is there, I haven't seen anybody out there.
There hasn't been, and from what I understand, there is no limit. As long as the permit can go, it can go on.
That's something we're gonna have to take.
Yeah, when I moved in, it was an empty lot, and then shortly thereafter, they started actually building it, and they built that entire neuro hospital before they even put anything up with the wall. So it's just been taking, I think, almost 3 years now.
I drive by there every day, just trying to catch somebody to look. I mean, they got it buttoned up tight. I mean, they're in there cutting the grass, or, keeping it clean. The windows are all boarded up, because I believe all the copper got stole out.
Yeah, I understand that, yes, but there's just people that live on that street that they're having to deal with this eyesore basically for the past 3 years, so I just want to make sure that we're staying on top of that.
We're on top of it. As far, the best of my knowledge, there is no expiration date of the permit.
Well, hopefully we can have somebody out there that, hey, we're beyond this.
Is there anything the city attorney could help us with in looking at shoring up a complete by date?
As it stands or in the future?
In the future.
In the future, we can come with something that might help.
Yeah.
I thought that we adopted the uniform code or whatever, that there were some limits on that.
That it was on permits, not actual completion.
So we,
That was the expiration of the permit itself. It's in there.
do we know anything about their permits or how, if they're?
Bet you they've gone.
They've all expired.
Yeah, I was gonna say they have to expire.
They're all expired.
I'm sure they are. Yeah.
I've been
So
asking
we
about
can stop people from building if they don't.
Mr. Mayor,
We can't have them.
Mr. Mayor, we have the chair of the planning committee here. He might be able to.
No, I mean, that's a building code.
We can look at that.
Building code.
Just a heads up, I did see someone going inside there, they did have it open, and it did look like they were taking pipes out, so it did look like there was someone in there working that.
But I would like to see us do that. I think we've talked about this before. And Counselor, if you could help, shore that up so that we can be more forceful. That'd be good.
Mr. Mayor, also, I'd like to also try to get an update on the Jameson House and the status of that. It's been a while since we discussed that, and I believe there was term limits on what was supposed to be done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here, I'll take, because it came through here and through our community watch folks here, the Leonardo of the Three Musketeers, was the lead person. But there's actually been quite a bit of movement on that. The contractor that's there is sanitizing the whole interior and has been contracted to do all the wallboard that's in there. They've put up some new fences, and I think they're moving to do, I heard that they're moving to do things on the driveway, so that would be really.
Well, those representations have been made through their attorney also. I think something's going on pretty good.
So she actually, I was told, even though I went out there, I was a little too late, but I hear she actually made an appearance herself at her house. So, yep. Very well, thank you. Any other questions? Then I'm moving on to the consent agenda. And just to give a little bit for some of the folks, we picked up that between the coordination with the EDC and council, our public hearing was a little bit late. We actually had it in the wrong sequence. So we had our public hearing, and we just need to do this is all housekeeping. It's all been approved before for those items that you see from the Economic Development Corporation. But there's also 3 sets of minutes, as well as entering into the cost sharing for the water project contract between us and Clear Lake, as well as the approval of the EOP plan for here. And does anybody want to take anything out of the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to table 7-11, the approval of the city and Nassau Bay emergency operation plan.
Okay, we'll move that into new business. But I will need a motion for 7-1 to 7-10.
Yes, I can.
It's a big one.
Yeah,
We can do that by article number, Counselor. Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda 7-1 through 7-10 with the exclusion of 7-11 as stated and tabled.
Seconded by Chase. Any questions, any comments, anything at all?
Yes, for the cost sharing contract for the water,
Yes.
there were a few minor changes that I saw in there, and I guess one was it driven by us or by them? to change the O and M rate increases and how that's calculated.
I believe
It's
we,
in section one of that agreement.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor, that was what we provided because they had it more open-ended and we capped it.
Yeah, we came with some suggestions. This is the result of negotiation and it's been approved now by Fairleigh City Water Authority.
They were ours. We
I
capped it.
think this is what we ought to approve, and we need this in place. You know, it's been vacant for too long.
Yeah,
It's been over 5 years, so.
yeah, a 40-year, a new 40-year agreement, nothing to.
And just
So I just wanted to
maybe for
understand
the,
that one thing,
for the
yeah.
audience is, you know, we buy all our water from the Southeast Water Purification Plant. And it is 1.95 million gallons a day, I believe it is. We were part of the original, entities to help create that. And if we don't have this contract, then we don't have water. This is like one of those that is essential to operate as a community. And I think it was a really good job by the city manager and the city attorney to review some of the modifications. And those were the ones that you saw were all ours to cap. They had open-ended some things and we capped them. And I highly recommend that we pass this. And I made sure that it was like 40 years, so we would have to think about this for 4 decades.
I second that motion.
Really need this. I'm very scared that with the scarcity of water,
No, I
we don't
totally
do
agree.
this.
As far as point of clarity, just so everyone's aware of it, is that we were original owners and we have part ownership of that.
We do.
We still do.
We still do.
Right, I just want the audience to know that we were original.
19.5%.
We still have our ownership, but we have to get it here, and this is the process by which we get it here.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I was just curious about how the O and
Yes,
M
correct.
rate change was made.
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay. I've seen this contract. I'm okay with it. So, any other questions before we call for the vote or any other clarity? Because it's a part of our consent agenda. Then I'm calling for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. Then I'm gonna move that. I'm gonna do the committee reports first, and then I'm gonna come back to that as the first new business. So committee reports, Parks and Recreation.
Hello, everyone in council. Okay, so I just wanted to, well, Nancy Lynn's still here. She said something nice about the rethinking and bringing back the old school Nassau Bay traditions, but she was one of the main people who decided to do the tree lighting ceremony. First, we came here and had a rethinking party. And thank you to Councilmember Abby, Councilmember Klug, and the mayor who came and helped out with that, and Councilmember Waterwall. He was a little bit late, but I remember you did come. And they brought their children also, so it was mostly kids, and we had a bit of blast. And then we went and lit the tree, the mayor lit the tree for us. And then we went caroling around the neighborhood, which people said that hasn't been done in a couple decades, but they loved it. And it was Nancy Lynn's idea to do the tree lighting. So we had a blast. Actually, it was way better than I thought. The kids went crazy. They didn't want to go home. They ran over to the mayor's house and pounded on the door. He wasn't there.
They got our mother-in-law out to answer the door, which was fantastic. She needed to get up and around.
That was really, I started crying a couple times because the kids were so
I'm in
cute.
trouble.
Yeah, that was really great. So everybody said they want to make that an annual tradition. So that I think we're gonna go ahead and go forward with that. So it was a lot of fun. And then, everybody talked about the lamps. We were working on that for like a year. And, the old school Nassau Bay lamps, they're lit up with a solar lamp on top. So it's mostly for decoration, but they're permanent. And we are putting up the wreaths on them. So people donated the wreaths and we're gonna put them up. We haven't finished them yet, but we'll see on all the lamps. And there's also one at the end of Saturn.
I want to brag on the economics here real quick. There's 16 lamps that went up and they would cost us under $5,000.
They're only $500 each, so, and they're just great, I know it's beautiful, and it reminds me of growing up in Nassau Bay, and I think that's, I haven't had any complaints on it at all, I've had a lot of people reaching out saying how great it is, so hopefully we'll do more. I think the mayor was saying it'd be nice to do even more, just to add some ambiance.
At $5,000, we can do 3 times as much.
Yeah, do some more of those and put them out, and so then that way, we were talking about decorating them for different events, like Nancy said back in the day, they used to decorate these lamps with little things at Easter and things like that, so it'd be kind of like a cool memory of the past. So yeah, thanks to the Public Works for helping us get that done in time for Christmas and bring back our old school Nassau Bay. Another thing that came up, was, the call over there by Queens Court. Everybody says, what is that? And it was actually, Dave Greg was able to give us a little bit of insight on that, that the lady who started Queens Court bought one of the columns, was from the old Galveston courthouse, and actually Houston Baptist University has 10 of them in their courtyard, and they're called the columns, and it's like the foundation of their university. The chief of police from that college actually lives in Nassau Bay, a friend of my neighbor, and told me a little bit about that. But it's kind of cool, it just sits there and nobody knows what it is. So one of the things we talked about and Keep Nassau Bay Beautiful was to start marking some of these historical monuments and having a little plaque there with a QR code to explain the history, which would be, you know, kind of cool for tourism, but also cool for the neighborhood because, you know, I heard a while back, somebody wanted to tear that column down, and it's, you know, from somebody who survived the Great Flood in Galveston. So that's part of, it's going forward really nicely, this, you know, bringing back our history. Swan Lagoon Playground, is extremely popular. The committee voted to keep the seesaw there. So Nancy Lynn is in charge of, telling Paul exactly where the seesaw is gonna go, and so we'll have a little bit of history too, that's an historical monument. I stayed on that seesaw. So it's kind of cool that it's gonna be there. We talked about the dog park has the new base there, the new cement base. Thank you, Jim Stower, for first bringing it up. It started there. Isn't it beautiful? I hope you like it. And then the small dog park is gonna be next, and that's gonna come up next. We're gonna have that one put in, so we gotta start on that. Also, talking about the space heritage, the moon trees, we're gonna have 2 more moon trees going in David Braun Park. If you guys don't know it, where the old tree was there by Reflection Garden, that tree was planted in 1967 for Roger Chaffee, who died in a fire on Apollo 1. And he lived in Nassau Bay at that time. So there's a plaque there, and then next to the 3 moon trees, or the 2 moon trees we put in, Ed Mitchell was a resident of Nassau Bay. One of the trees was dedicated to him. And we want to put in 2 more moon trees. We haven't decided who we're going to dedicate them to yet. But we want to put 2 more moon trees in there. And we're talking about putting the plaques on those moon trees that kind of melted in the summer heat, the plastic. We want to put the brass ones in, like Roger Chaffee has to match his. And then also put like a little moon tree logo, because the moon tree logo is, it looks like the moon, and it's an astronaut that looks like the astronaut is planting a tree. So it's a good part of like the parks and recreation, and to have it there in the park, so you see the plaque and have the little logo, and maybe a QR code there to talk about Ed Mitchell and what he, you know, on his flag and the next astronaut. And Rusa, the other astronaut from Apollo 14, he didn't live in Nassau Bay, but he was the one that had the idea to take the moon tree seeds into space. And so we could have a little QR code there that would, you know, be able to show each astronaut that lived in Nassau Bay what, you know, what their life was like, in Nassau Bay when they were living here. So to go along with that, we voted for the dog park to be renamed the Apollo Dog Park. And the reasoning behind that was, again, to follow along with the moon trees and the moon walk. We call it the moon walk there because you're walking past all the moon trees. Was because we had more Apollo astronauts who've lived in Nassau Bay than anywhere else on Earth. And the idea on the plaque for the Apollo Dog Park was to also have that moon tree logo with the astronaut in a tree, this is in the park, and a QR code. I found a photograph of one of the astronauts from Apollo 11 and his dog in Nassau Bay. He's playing with his, and you can tell it's in Nassau Bay too, it's great. And so, you know, we can tell a story about that, you know, to talk about the astronauts who live there, and I have a picture of Buzz Aldrin with his dog too. So that was part of what the story we wanted to write and put it up on the webpage. So we're trying to do a little bit of a theme there. You know, people were saying that they felt that was the most appropriate. The other alternative was Astro, named after the Jetson dog, but it didn't really kind of tie in with the history that we're trying to bring in. So all the other thing that we want in the park is going to be the rocket ship splash pad, which I think everybody has heard about, and we're going forward with that. We found some vendors at the TML that said they had worked with Hot Funds to get that done, so we're starting to get prices on that and engaging the vendors with that.
You mean the artwork?
Yes, the artwork, that we're gonna do, that's gonna be splashing water, yeah.
Yes.
And the artwork is interactive, so you look at the art and then you push this button and water goes up. Simple.
Splashed up.
Yeah, it splashes. And then actually people started really getting into it because the Swan Lagoon Park went really well. They wanted to get a merry-go-round, which is only $5,000, I think, to put the merry-go-round in, put that in David Braun. And also there's a rocker, like a space shuttle rocker or a spaceship rocker. They have it in Galveston, but we don't have one, so they wanted to put that in there to kind of like have it all tied together. And then the bathroom, we talked about the bathroom there. Paul said that last time you got a quote on it. It was around, I forgot how much it was. You said you had gotten a quote before one of the hurricanes to redo the inside of the bathroom. Yeah, and he's gonna get another quote to redo just the inside, because if we tear it down, we gotta go with FEMA, so we're gonna look at a quote for just the
I'm gonna
inside.
re-push to challenge you guys, because I actually think you really need to redo the whole thing. I mean, there's some work you have to do underground and tie in the sanitary that I think to enhance and enlarge what we can do there.
So in any event, okay, go, you wanna say something? I thought you said something, sorry. In any event, we realize that no matter if we build a brand new one or we keep what we have and just redo the interior, tear down everything in the interior and redo that, just keep the building so we don't have a FEMA issue. We'd still wanna do a mural on there with the logo for the Moon Trees, but then also have, some artists, pitch ideas for doing something that leads into like a nautical theme and, how we have the bird sanctuary and things like that to wrap around the building and, kind of all go together, the whole Nassau Bay theme. So that goes back to the wraps that we want to put on at Nassau Bay Drive, Point Lookout Drive, and on Upper Bay Drive. There are big boxes there from TxDOT. If you guys look at them, see they're big metal box, and those are our first three that we want to have. Well, we can't wrap it; it's not gonna work there. But we're gonna have painters actually paint it. We're gonna have a contest with artists that are gonna present ideas. Like one could be a space theme, the other could be like a nautical boat theme. The other one could be a nature theme with the bird sanctuary, so just kind of the Nassau Bay theme to it, and we're gonna have a contest with that, so we're going forward on that, Royce Walker's like doing that. And, let's see what else I have, we're gonna put in some new benches. We have 2 benches in Howard Ward Park that are going in, so if you live over there, you probably noticed the one bench is still completely ruined and gone, and another bench is dilapidated, so we're gonna put in 2 new benches there. There's a dilapidated bench in Howard Ward Park by the baseball field, that's gonna get replaced. And then we wanted to have 2 benches added to Swan Lagoon Park because of the playground, and we wanted more places for the parents and grandparents to sit down. And there's only 1 bench there. And then we're gonna have another bench put in on Lake Nassau on the way in memory of Barbara Gilbertson, so those are in process. Paul's already working on it, he told me. Also, the water fountain update, we're gonna get the Paul put in a lot of lines, so that way if the lines were dilapidated and broken, so he put in new ones, and they're gonna get that. I can't remember exactly when we get that one, probably in the spring, in time for it to be hot. It's not like hot right now, so not a priority. But right before it gets hot, we should have that bottle filler and water cooler by the baseball field. We also set up, talking about baseball field, sorry, I know you guys are voting on that tonight. We're gonna have a second reading of setting up the path, so we can have the golf carts and the motorized vehicles on there. And once that's done, then we can put in the lines, and then people will get to actually enjoy
Let's
that.
be clear, golf carts and handicap certified vehicle.
Handicap certified vehicles,
Not
like
motor.
scooters, well, I mean, yes, I mean, handicap, I meant like a scooter. I was thinking of Jan Mayo and her scooter on the street going around and that thing. Yeah, it's something like that, where it's like for ADA type access. So that's gonna be coming really soon, hopefully in time for our spring and enjoying baseball and things like that. Baseball field is still being enjoyed by a lot of people, and the park in Swan Lagoon. So we have, also we have a survey and a sign project. That's part of keeping our Keep Nassau Bay Beautiful charter. So we have an online project where you can fill it out and say what, signs are dilapidated, the curves are broken here. And so the committee's working on that, and Paul's done a lot with that in terms of replacing, notice around the neighborhood, there's been a lot of stop signs that were yucky and no parking signs that are now replaced. And the medians on San Sebastian, where all those flowers were, we're gonna start working on that. We did get access to a bunch of free crepe myrtles. So we're going to, map those out, they'll come out and they will plant them for free for us. And that was from Laura Ford, she was able to get that. And so we're gonna just tell them where they're gonna go. Probably the spring would be a better time to plan them, wait till after the freeze to do it, but we have that on the map. And then plant the rest of the flowers, that's still in the budget. The practice, the pickleball, court, we're getting quotes on that to have that repaired and possibly put in a second one. If it can fit there, I know there's like nothing there, it's kind of just millions laying right there. And we would maybe put in a second, pickleball court there if it's price worthy, but we're just doing it, quotes on that. Josh White, he's working on the baseball courts, he's been getting quotes on that. We also are gonna have quotes coming in on the soccer pitch, a lot of these things are gonna be coming like, we plan on doing those in the spring and summertime, you know, around there, since, right now is not the best time to actually do it. We also have the floating dock that we're getting quotes on, we're trying to have that in by the next spring. So we have a lot of good projects and we've actually completed a lot of them, but it's been really exciting and I really have had a great time still leading this committee. So if you guys have any questions for me.
Just the insurance claim for the basketball court, any news on that? Just waiting to hear back.
I do have one for the baseball fields, and I'm sure I'll bring it up in the Parks Committee as well, but if we could look into getting some shades out there as well, because right now, it's just, if you're out there in the summer, it's gonna be extremely hot.
You know, we had a quote for like $5,000 for 2 of them. So I can bring that back up again. Would you, remind me, I'll put that on the agenda? And then, and I forgot to mention about the street numbering project, it's still ongoing.
I'm still, yes, if I could, I'll just make a quick announcement. So I did a couple of houses this weekend. If you want to reach out to me at my contact information on the city website, let me know. I'll come by to your house whenever I have an opportunity to. I did a couple on Martinique. If you see me out there, Payne, you can also just flag me down. I'll stop.
Yeah, thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
All I know is word's getting out about that ball field being available. I saw it. I saw a team in uniform come out there and they just played a whole thing.
I know, we need to start the system for charging for that, like, you know, everybody else.
Really, it's words out.
It's really nice to see people out there enjoying it, and I might have said this at the last meeting, but Paul also put up a volleyball court. And I was over there and I saw a lot of people, and just to reiterate again, like, people already use the app for golf carts every time somebody's on it, and some people came up with their golf cart, pulled over there, started playing volleyball. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna say anything, they're having fun. But it was, you know, something to get people out there, it's not like you have a traffic jam or anything like that, so. But, any other questions?
Yeah, I'm just a little confused. So when you're talking about naming the dog park, you're talking about you guys are submitting a name for council to consider? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that name was the one that we picked.
Yeah, so that would come as an agenda item down the road whenever.
Yeah, the mayors would have to figure that out. So that is what the committee is recommending based on what they.
It sounded like it was a foregone conclusion, so I was just curious over what's going on. Okay.
Hey, that's a good question. Anybody else? Well, thanks you guys, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Michelle. Special Events Committee.
All right,
Are you still the chair?
No, I'm not. Oh, we can see.
We do that.
Don't want to go on the way.
So we get confirmation, affirmation.
I'm not, but I would like to thank everyone who helped make the event really successful. It was a lot of fun. The train line was probably the funniest thing, that so many people were on there just around that train. Kids had fun with the snow, the slides, everything. I got pictures of all the kids at Santa. I think I captured every single one, so I'll find a way to share that. I want to say thank you to our volunteer fire department for helping get Santa there in style. That was a lot of fun, as always. I'd like to say thank you to our police department. They had their big old bag of toys and lots of good community policing out there, so it was good to see them. Of course, I already thank Public Works for all of their help. Canby for the cocoa and some leftover snacks from the reindeer run. That was pretty cool having them out there. I saw people actually snacking on bananas in the park. I'm like, this is great. The garden club, they had a craft that the kids really love too. I know there's still an ornament in my purse right now. And Nassau Bay Rocks for their rock hunt and the books. We had, I know Michelle, you volunteered for Letters for Santa, so kids got to write their letters for Santa. And then Toys for Tots, you guys came out there and had a big production, and I know the mayor mentioned earlier that Santa was able to deliver the truckload full of toys, but I don't know, can we have them come up if they want to speak and say, do you guys have any outcomes or anything that you want to say from Saturday? And I see you in your shirts.
Come on up, yeah, I'll recognize it, sure. Yes, yes. Name, rank, and serial number.
I'm Diana, my daughter Tina, 1415 NG Lane. We want to thank the council, the mayor, Lincoln, and Paul for going out and being so eager to buy $1,500 worth of toys for the older children. Be full of with Santa in it and everybody and the children crazy.
Did you like that?
Everyone had.
I hear Santa had a straight pipeline to Paul to be able to get the right type of, gifts. Directly to him.
It did, so we were very happy, the Marines were thrilled, we were so proud when the Marines saw all the people and how Nassau Bay supports the Galveston Reserve, it was wonderful. And we had 4 Marines dressed in blues and one active Marine.
And they were burning up in that heat, and those blues, they were like melting.
But they had a good time playing with the kids and talking with quite a few of the children, so it was really good.
They had a
We
good
just want to thank you so much, thank you all.
Yeah.
We love you and we appreciate you.
You guys did the work. You guys did the work. Come on.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
So in summary, the event was a huge success in many ways, and we're looking forward to the next one, which will be at Easter, and that's all I've got.
Okay. Thank you. And you won't be the chair, right?
I'm currently not.
You're currently not. Okay. Are you sure? Okay. Planning commission.
We did not meet this last month.
Okay. Are you planning on meeting here?
I'm trying to get a meeting.
I guess that's probably part of our city secretary. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll talk. All right. Thank you, Ron. Then I'm gonna move to new business, but I'm gonna come back to the approval of the City of Nassau Bay Emergency Operations Plan. Let me speak a little bit to this. It's come to my attention that, this and the timing of this is becoming a little bit critical. We're going through, I guess we've been notified, we have our 30-day notice for, our CRS audit, which, for our citizens, that's a audit for, again, and that, is used for insurance purposes, for different aspects of how we do our emergency response. And, we currently have a rating of 7 that's in our system. With this plan, as well as some other things, we believe we can pretty assuredly get to a 6, hopefully to a 5. And every level down that we go, which is an improvement, is about a 5% decrease in your insurance. If I have that correct.
Flood insurance.
Flood insurance, correct. The issue is that this audit's gonna take place coming here in early January, so we really wanna have this done, this plan done by that time frame. We're targeting for, I think the date that we said was, when late is too late, is December 22nd. So, from that standpoint, I know, and I've heard from some on council, that it's a big honking book to read in 3 days. So what I'd like to do here, and correct me again if I'm wrong, this plan is actually a plan that's sponsored and signed off by the mayor, but we wanted everybody here to see it, and particularly James, I wanted you to take a look at it. Lucy, yourself, I mean, not to say others, but there's people have gone through some of these before. But I would really like feedback by December 18th, which would give us a time frame for you guys to look at that. And I will make sure if there's anything, substantial or significant as to whether we incorporate that or not, or just look at coming back for a revision at a later date. But there is a time frame here, so I don't know if that's something you need. If we table it, I still believe I can sign it, but I still want people to look at it. So we've got a little flexibility, and I guess I'm floating at the council to find out what the consensus is. I would like to get approval, to do this, but then I won't sign it until I hear from people.
Mr. Mayor, again, we received this, the council received this afternoon on last Thursday. And at 376 pages, I don't know about other people, I do have a day job. And so for me to honestly go through this and assess if the document is fit for purpose or even consider, I've got to have the time to go through and do that. If we knew about the date of this and what was happening, I'm questioning why that wasn't brought forward to us or yourself, and it was not brought forward to us, that we knew that we had a short runway of this, or it wasn't on a schedule somewhere that popped up that gave us 6 months warning in relation to this, or 3 months warning.
I believe they were heads down working towards the deadline because I think we even had a consultant out. I'm with you, I didn't hear about the CRS deadline. But I'm more, my intention is make sure we get the attention it needs because that's real money for people and we save that money. And I want to have this plan as part of what they look at because that's just real money to the system.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to have this tabled to the 18th of December. And have a deadline of that for everyone to get their comments back to you. So we have a chance to go through the document appropriately and ensure that you have any comments that we have from the federal council for that document to be incorporated before it's submitted for your signature and approval.
But it's the mayor's power and ultimate decision to make. He doesn't have to bring it back to council.
Correct, so it's not like a
Correct.
table, it's
I
removed
just-
for the agenda,
Yeah.
or we can just discussing it.
I would ask, what I would like to have is approval pending feedback on the 18th.
Okay.
And let me decide whether or not to either move forward with a signature or go for a revision as to how we want to do that.
That was the motion.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that was the motion.
There wasn't a motion.
I did motion that.
Could you restate your
Yes,
motion?
fine, I'm happy to restate it. Mr. Mayor, I motioned that we, table until the 18th of December, the approval of the city Nassau Bay Emergency Operation Plan, so that council members have the appropriate time to go through and assess and feedback, the comments to you, so it can or cannot be incorporated into the document for you to sign off on at that date.
That's not approval though, that's
a table.
I said sign off on it at that date.
So we're delegating the approval authority to the mayor.
Correct.
But it already has. So just to be clear, and I want to reiterate, I can just sign this tomorrow. What I wanted to do is, that's not my style, guys, so I wanted everybody to see it. And what I'd like to do is just say, hey, approval pending, any changes that may take place versus a table.
That's clear.
Then I motion that the mayor has the ability to go ahead and sign off on the document once we have had a chance, the council has a chance to review it by December 18th with the comments into your inbox by that date for incorporation or not incorporation.
Yeah.
I'll give it that.
Fair enough.
I'll second that.
Yep. Moved by James, seconded by Lucy. Any other comments? Any other questions?
My only comment is that these critical documents that are needed to impact our residents and impact our rating, we need to have line of sight of when these things are due, so we give appropriate action and we can focus in getting these scholars where we need them to be.
All I know is I want to give great credit to, the folks who put the time into this. I did not realize the condition of the one that had been in its place. I would be happy to bend people's ears because it was not something that is, I think was, up to the standard that we have in Tom, and you know what I'm talking about. They really had to go from scratch to build this. So I mean, actually go back to stuff similar to like we did 20 years ago. And it's, they got some really good help. And, I think that's one of the things that drove them to near the deadline, but we've got some time, so the 18th works. Okay?
Yep.
All right. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. Okay. Moving on to, the second item, or it's actually the first here, but it's in the new business area, which is the discussion, action, consider and take action on the ordinance number 23-11-05 to amend Part 2 Code of the Ordinances, Chapter 13, Parks and Recreation, Section 13-10, parentheses 4, prohibited acts to allow the use of golf carts, providing a severable clause, providing for a penalty for violations there, thereof, providing for a savings clause, providing for publications in the official newspaper, and providing for an effective date.
We got it.
Could be better. But, yeah, this is to, finalize the opening of the path that we widened for ADA access all the way back to the ballpark. And, right now, all golf carts are restricted, but for this path, it would allow it. And this is what we're trying to do. I want to make a stress, and I know other people may have heard from citizens, one in particular, you know, wanting to make sure we're as narrow as we can. I think the view was from the first time we did a stab was that, you know, it had motor vehicles, and we limited only for the use of golf carts. I thought we were thinking maybe also to have some other type of certified handicap or disability type things, like a motorized wheelchair would also be applicable. But I think this is good to start with. But any questions, any comments?
First, yes, so we have this action item, so the severability clause, penalty for violations, savings clause, does this address all of that in this? Because it doesn't seem like,
Carve it out.
the ordinance doesn't seem like it's inconsistent with me.
I don't understand the question.
So providing for a savings clause, is that included in this ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. Want to make, this looks like we're saying a lot of stuff here, providing for publication in official newsletter.
Newspaper.
Newspaper,
Yeah, but those things are all, they're in the ordinance.
Then maybe you're asking a point of clarity to say, for the standpoint of the intention of what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Does this fulfill that intention, or is there, you know, some background as to what some of these things mean?
Yeah, I feel like I'm missing something here.
So like, for example, it has to allow the use of golf carts, providing a severability clause, but then it goes providing a penalty for violations thereof. I thought we were excluding them.
Oh, you still got penalties for violation of the ordinance. If it's violated, then you've got a right to penalty. Just because it's an ordinance, then you have to have that language in there, so when you publish it.
So you're just carving out the golf carts, but you want to leave everything else.
Correct. The only thing that changes is
what we wanted.
Correct. Exactly right. And the severability is that if any part of it is unenforceable, the rest of it's still effective. That's just standard catch-all language that goes into these things.
So publication in official newspaper, have we done that?
We typically do in order to enforce a penalty, you have to.
Okay.
So that's you're just not used to seeing it perhaps.
Correct, not like this, yeah. So does that mean we intend to publish this?
You
Like,
have
just
to,
say,
you have to.
there's no way to change, okay. All right, so that answers that question. My next one is in reading it, and this is kind of the same lines along what I brought last time. Does this allow you then to park your golf cart on the grass?
I don't have it right before me, but I don't think so. I don't think talked about that.
Park, because it's park or leave any motorized vehicle, including motorcycles.
We actually have golf cart locations parking on concrete.
It's already been built, the parking for the golf cart.
I understand there's parking spaces for golf carts. I'm curious if this lets you park in the grass, as is written.
Well, people do it right now, do they get
It's an enforcement issue, right? But I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anything that would allow you to park on the grass.
I don't believe it does.
I don't either.
The intention was to not.
These kind of
It
questions.
was only done in the area that we modified safely for parking and driving to be taken.
So because this section 4 is for driving and parking, but then it says it excludes driving and parking and leaving of a golf cart. So to me, I could park it in my front yard.
I don't think you gotta.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chief, chime in here.
I think, Councilwoman Smarsh is correct, the last sentence in, section 4, park or leave any motorized vehicle, including cars, trucks, motorcycles, motorbikes, motorized scooters, in any part or any place other than established for parking, for public parking. Then right below that, it says the section is expressly exclude the driving. So, or the parking or leaving of golf cart, which is not considered a prohibited vehicle. I don't think there's anything that restricts the parking or the driving of the vehicles on the, on the section that has been redone for the parking, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Councilwoman, for my, and Mr. Gray can correct me, but my interpretation is that Councilwoman Summers correct, that it kind of opens up the entire parks. Not that they were wrong, because it doesn't specify one park or the other.
But also in the yard, because I know people had questions
Well,
about.
this specific is the prohibited acts to the parks. So it doesn't affect the neighborhoods or at your house.
Okay.
This is specifically.
That was why, what I was expecting, a little surprised that this was broader than the park, because I.
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of hard with out of context in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just worried that there's not restrictive language on, I think what we're intending, and I guess, tell me if I'm wrong, but we're intending this to be a way for people to use a golf cart to access the baseball field. At the last reading, it was described as like a one lane, basically one-way street around the back.
Unidirectional.
Yeah, okay, and that was, and basically the path that's been widened is the only path in which that is permitted. And does that, Mr. Gregg, is this specific enough to that this is the only path in which we're allowed to drive these golf carts?
That's the way I read it.
Cause I'm concerned that it allows you to really drive it on any path.
It's supposed to be like what's marked, and what we're gonna do is mark that path, like showing golf carts.
Let's just make sure, because I really, that is the key thing, the intention from last meeting was that would be expressly the case, and that we would have signage.
But it says in any park or in any place other than established for public parking.
Yeah.
But remember, it's gotta be established, right? And so we talked about Swan Lagoon also, we're gonna line it as well.
Let's stay on the things here, because this is the only path, we're gonna modify that one later, but this is the only one that's been.
This covers it, but you're still gonna have to establish where parking is.
So you have to
Yeah, so
mark
you have
it,
to- you have
right?
to- That says.
You have to have signage, you
Wherever
have to
the
mark
signage.
it, you have to put the lines in,
Mr.
right?
Mayor, if I can, I think the issue we're kind of arguing on is an act of enforcement, which would be required in regards to this ordinance that would be amended. And that enforcement would be dictated by either code enforcement or by the police officers.
Yeah, if you were gonna park, you're gonna charge somebody with parking in an improper place because it wasn't established, and there wasn't any active establishment, then there wouldn't be any way to convict anybody of a violation.
And can you define the act of establishing?
Well, if you put a sign out there that established it.
Yeah, so this won't happen unless we put a sign up.
Right.
So it doesn't-
Most signage is passed by city councils, like stop signs and no parking on the side of the street. Usually it's specified. This contemplates that it's gonna get established.
You're only getting an excerpt, this is the full one.
But to me, it's adequate for the purposes of it.
I guess I'm still reading it like I could go up to Swan Lagoon and park my golf cart next to the merry-go-round.
No, because there's no sign that would authorize use.
But it says this excludes golf carts from parking and driving where they're allowed.
But it says
Park or
by
leave
providing a severability clause, though. So.
But it's
Are you-
expressly.
So can you comment again?
Severability just has to do with if any portion of the ordinance is unenforceable for some reason in a court ruling, then the rest of it is still in effect. It has nothing to do with.
So what I heard, and don't let me put, but what I heard is the concern that this would allow a broad-based use of golf carts on every path in every park in the city of Nassau Bay.
I don't think so. I think you still have only those areas established for public park.
Yeah, so it would be established. We'd have to still, even though we carve out that golf carts are allowed on there, it's still only done by an established.
That's the parking part.
Yeah. What about the driving part?
It says park or leave, it says drive.
Yeah, that's what I thought it did too. Yeah, I don't have it in front of
Yeah,
me.
they're both, as one said, that part says drive the motorized vehicle or in any place other than established for roadways or public parking.
Are you comfortable with that, Chief?
What's wrong with that?
I think it's right.
I still agree with Councilwoman Starr that there's, I would be more comfortable if there was a little bit more language in here that specified, the drive or the parking area that, Michelle Weller's talking about, that has been designed for that.
But let me, what I guess I'm wondering is, I think the ordinance actually says it must be established, so it doesn't create access unless it's established, and we haven't established it yet.
Yeah, I don't know if you're commenting that. It's up to you. It seems to me if it's not established yet for public parking, then it's not gonna put place you can park.
Well, right below that, it says this section shall expressly exclude the driving, the parking or leaving of golf cart, which is not to be considered a prohibited vehicle for these purposes. Which I think that opens up for the golf carts in any location.
That's how I read that as well.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
How many citations have we had for golf carts parked illegally in the parks? In the past year or 2 years?
I don't think it's a lot, but you would know that more than I would.
I mean,
I will go that right this minute.
Let me help you out. I'll take the debate side of it. I think it's very low, close to zero. But I don't think, I believe the people I've talked to have expressed a concern here that we don't really enforce it, so a citation would not be a good measure of how often it happens. And I guess one of the things I want to make sure is that we answer the questions that citizens have put forward as concerns, and we make a judgment based off those things here. I believe that the access to a disabled octogenarian or a disabled child going into our parks is supersedes the concern around safety for anything but just the golf cart. Right? I believe that. And I just want to make sure so that the people who have expressed concern knows that that's the limit of what we're doing. And that's why I'm taking the time coming through here.
And I think your answer, Councilman Addy, is that I would say the number of citations is actually low. The number of contacts with persons who are driving is probably much higher, where they're just being informed of the informed of the city's
We'll come back to
ordinance and stuff, but I could be lying to you because I don't know for sure, but I would say in the last year, maybe if we had 5 citations for vehicles in the park,
I would be shocked.
Yeah. Or golf carts parked illegally in parking spots, that's a different story. They're given, but yeah, so.
So what's the sense here?
I have a comment on the way it currently reads. I don't know why we would have to change it the way it currently reads, because if you establish a roadway for a golf cart, then only that golf cart would be able to go down there, and it would still be in accordance with the current ordinance. I don't think you would have to remove the golf cart from it or change anything, because the way it currently reads, it says you drive any motorized vehicle and have physical lift of all the things, including in any park or any place other than on established roadways for public parking areas. So if you create a roadway specifically for golf carts, the golf carts can drive through there, they're still in accordance with this because it's an established roadway for golf carts. I mean, you could cite somebody for driving their truck down there because it's established for golf carts, not for trucks, and that would be in accordance with this. So I don't think you need to change anything if I'm reading this right.
Or will this, or
agree with that.
So all we have to do is, we've already created the parking lot, we've already created the roadway for it, and just put a sign that says.
We're gonna mark it on the ground as well.
So.
Like, when you're driving, it says 10 miles an hour.
Let me gain control for a second. Let me get you control of this for a second. So we want to affect this change. So I would suggest that we do this, let's expressly want to our public works, interim city manager, that we then expeditiously mark what we're doing to make sure it's absolutely clear. That's right.
But you should,
And if I can, Mayor, to alleviate your concerns about, the accessibility, the ADA, the Justice Department's ADA recommendations is that anyone who has a disability, those people have disabilities have the right to choose whatever mobility device best suits their needs. For example, someone may choose to use a manual wheelchair rather than a power wheelchair. But they also can use segways or whatever best fits their disability, and that conforms to ADA, guidance that, they can take those just about anywhere.
I would also say for that, because the way I was reading the new one, I didn't see anything about motorized scooters, so you can also make that golf cart and motorized scooter path only. So that way, only those two types of vehicles could use that, and if anybody else would, I would assume you'd be able to cite them for not an established roadway. For that.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with you, Councilman, I would just say, rather than saying motorized scooter, I would use this,
Yeah,
We use that.
generally speaking.
yeah,
That's part of our staff.
Yeah.
The keyword is. So, yeah, so use it as general motorized scooter.
Yes, I was just being general, yes, I agree, whatever the appropriate language is to mark that as designated
So
for that vehicle.
can I just, again, I'd like a motion to say just that, which is we pass this with the express addition to only do that through a established roadway.
Well, I don't think you have to do that, the current way that the ordinance reads already has established roadway in it. So I don't think you have to change anything, you just have to mark the roads as golf cart only. I don't think-
We did this in order to say, because we thought we had to do it.
Oh, I thought we did. We can do it either way.
I mean, the way I read it, if we just put up a signage that makes it appropriate for golf carts and the mobility, that language, then I don't think you have to change the ordinance at all, because it's an established roadway for those vehicles.
I would say, I think it's in, city manager or future city manager can, correct me, but I think the discussion we're having now is more policy than,
I agree with that.
than, ordinance. So, it states in here about an established path, marking that established path, I think is more policy, operational than it needs to be in the ordinance.
I know, I don't think you have to mark, I'm just saying, the way it reads, it says established roadway, if you read it, that established meaning there's some guys that it said.
Does the city attorney and does the chief of police agree with Councilman Waterwall?
We can leave it the way.
That if we leave it, that we will be able to establish that pathway without this ordinance?
Yes, we can do that. I agree with that. You agree with that?
I agree with that. I would just feel more comfortable if we had some markings to.
Well, that's what we're gonna do.
Correct.
I'll just say one thing about that, so. Yeah, so I've been wanting to mark it for a long time, but what we thought was that we had to pass this ordinance to mark it, so if you want us to go mark it, we can do that, and.
Is that the set? Because I'm in the holdup because I want to make sure we do this safely.
So the way it reads, it just says,
That's what I thought too originally, Jason, it says as long as it's established, and if we mark it, it should be established.
and we've established that by putting up.
And
Signage. How
just to
would you
have
establish?
consensus here and correct us, we only want this to be for golf carts and the
And the-
definition that the chief of police just wrote.
Mobility
Right here.
vehicles.
And you'll cite that.
Well, I didn't write it.
I know, but you'll cite that on anything that Paul puts up.
Yeah.
Because I really want to contain this because, it's,
I think.
then we can table this, right?
Yeah, I like
You can
that
do
it's contained because it still gives people walkways where they know there will not be golf carts
Right.
riding. It allows people to get to the baseball field, which I think is the only area we're talking about, is for people to drive golf carts to the baseball fields.
Eventually it'll be
But
small.
no, what this says is like, yeah, so if we modify a pathway, that's the only way I'll agree to it is if it's a widened one and there's markings to establish pedestrian and golf cart.
So it has to be marked,
It
clearly.
has to be marked.
It has to be marked, then we can even put up a sign, but the first idea that Paul and I had talked about was to mark it on the ground, where it says golf carts here and walkers here, and little symbols. But I've also seen like in some towns in Florida where they have golf cart path signs, which is kind of cute, it's kind of a cool thing. We're such a golf cart community now, I think a lot of people.
I don't disagree with that, I just want people to feel safe, like they have alternatives to walk and there's not gonna be golf carts, behind them because they don't hear it coming and.
Yeah, there's gonna be two paths that are gonna be marked, one for golf carts and one for walkers.
The piece that I would want to emphasize to the chief is that just, the individual in particular who spoke very forcefully on this was concerned this would be a slippery slope, that if people saw golf carts, it'd take vehicles out there. True motor vehicles, and express where actually a dog had been killed by a vehicle. and wanted to make sure, because I think the person that was here agreed that access for the disabled was primacy here, and that should be done, but that there's a slippery slope here at the same time. And that we really needed to make sure that we enforce diligently, you know, if there's vehicles out there, that we cite them every time, not more.
And I think also we wanted to put on that path, like that little slow marker, like when you could run over a dog coming into the park too, I mean, I go there all the time. But that we would put on that path, like also slow, you know, 10 miles an hour, so that way they could also like enforce if the golf cart is speeding. The golf cart go up to 35.
That third paragraph down, it says, in addition, the city manager may authorize motorized vehicles to drive or park in the park on a specific instance basis. Well, we can just, this could be a specific instance. I mean, I think it's just much ado about nothing, this kind of thing is, and I agree with Chase, it's just something that we could easily solve by proper signage.
I'm okay with that. If people are okay, I'm okay with that too.
So we can go through and cover all those things for you guys.
Yeah, I think it's better, if we're gonna take a shotgun to a guy, I think we're gonna talk about it ahead of time, we can save a lot of time with a meeting like this.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make that motion that we actually either, well, I would rather see if we need to spend time on it, that we table it. So that we can get the signage up, so then we can move forward with it, but also.
Or if we don't have to, we don't have
Yeah,
to.
we don't have to.
So can I get a motion to table?
I motion to table.
Do I have a second? All those in favor? How's that? That's
Mr. Mayor, I want to just, I make a quick comment on that. I would like to see a sidewalk put in next to the roadway so that people that are walking into the park don't walk on the driveway.
That's happening. That's already happening.
Yeah, all right. The, item number 2, discussion and action, consider and take action on the ordinance amending chapter 11, section 11.2, license required before doing business to establish a $100 annual licensure fee, first of the 2 readings. Thank you, Officer Henderson.
Yes, sir. And I have 2 this. So the desired action is to approve an ordinance amending the code of ordinances, chapter 11, section 2 only, under occupational licenses, taxes and regulations. It currently reads the ordinance updates, the business registration fee for $25. We'd like to go to 100. The ordinance updates the business registration fee from a one-time fee to an annual required renewable on the date it was issued. So, it would be.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to motion that we approve the change to the City of Nassau Bay annual business registration from the current amount to $100, and that it is amended so that it was done on a annual basis on the due date that the original one for $100 was issued.
And this is a first of 2 readings, right?
Yeah, I like that.
So I don't even think we need a motion.
Yeah.
So this is, any
I'd like to put it on
other,
the record.
yeah, that works. That's good for me. So, any other questions or comments, any other modifications that people want to have to this? Or does it read just what you just want? It's okay for me. I'm okay with it.
So we're putting it in the ordinance book eventually, like, the address section.
So, yeah, second reading will become the,
Do they get notification of when their renewal date is, or is, you know? just
you've been
something
handling that. How do you handle
Yeah,
renewals?
it's system generated.
Okay.
Yep.
That's
Okay.
Perfect.
Discussion, let's see, 9.3, discussion, possible expansion of apartment complex crime index ordinance. Nathan, did you want to do this one, or how did?
No, I would like Councilman Happy to do this.
Yeah, I'd like to. It's actually, what this is that for the residents, if you're unaware of this, that we've had multiple, call outs to a certain area within the city, actually 2 specific areas, which are along San Sebastian. If you didn't know, it goes into the apartment complexes. The current rate for mitigation for them, in regards to, fines is only $500. So there are a certain number of cases that occur over there, the officers are called out. The apartment complex is only charged $500 for that. And they give them a mitigation plan in place. And of course, it's followed up by the police chief and by the officers on that. what I'd like to see happen is that $500 fee, which hasn't changed in over a decade, be it, changed so that it reads that at the highest amount allowable by the state of Texas, which would amend it to what the state requirement would be for mitigation of crime. If resources are highly used in an area, I think that we should, and we are paying for that service, that those who are committing the offenses, taking the quality time of our officers away from securing the rest of the city, that they run some of that cost as soon as possible. Addition to that, is that with this, one of the others, that is not accounted for are extended hotels or extended, stay hotels. With this, the state designates an extended stay is over 7 days. And, we have had incidents where, we've had call out to these, extended stay hotels, or whatever you want to call them. And we've had to service them. I'd like to see a specific ordinance put in place that would review similar assessment on a number of call outs quarterly and put in place a mitigation with the owners of those businesses that are then also taking away from our officers, protecting the residents of the city. And this is a point of discussion.
This is a discussion, so my understanding, that's what I understood too, James, but there was we just need to write the word.
Yeah, correct.
Then we feel we'll be able to have that in the
The
next.
challenge was to have a greater. Yeah, that was a challenge, so,
So in essence, you want to raise the fee and make it applicable to our extended stay hotel.
Did you say the extended stay hotel is fine, but some said.
the state, we does have that. Yeah, we'll send it back to you.
So we pick up that same definition and then we'll make it maximum law.
Correct.
We can do that.
Any further discussion? Because I want to move the agenda.
No, I'm also curious just if you could send that maybe to everybody or to Nathan, and you could send that to everybody that where the limitations are on the max. For those.
On the amount of service, that's the state stipulation that allows us to go with the maximum.
Yeah, so that's, yeah.
We can do that, or we can actually stipulate.
I was just saying we could reference that.
Should we add something else?
Yeah.
No, the question here, is, Mr. Counselor, is that within the context of the fine that would be levied on the, owner for that mitigation plan, that we stipulate as $500 currently. And I believe that there was a suggestion from yourself that we would then, reterm that to highest level applicable for the state of Texas, which would allow us to charge up to whatever the state of Texas.
The maximum allowed by law.
Yeah, correct. Maximum allowed by law.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know what that number is?
It's either 2,000 or 2,500.
I thought it was 2,500. I think it was.
So, yeah. But that would be the maximum, and if that changes, then we don't have to change the ordinance, whatever, the new maximum would also be important. What if you want?
Yeah,
This is just an old ordinance, so it's got old language.
Correct, and so that's where, on the apartment ordinance, this one, or multifamily, this one specifically has been reviewed in some time, and then with the extended motels, we don't have any coverage for that in regards to those where you have people who come down and spend maybe 2 to 3 weeks or whatnot, inside those facilities or those, residential, and they classify them as, the state does with a kitchen, with, living, yeah.
Okay. If you send me that, I appreciate it.
I'll do that, no problem.
Any further items? Any discussion left here? We'll anticipate that for January. Okay. Then discussion action, appointments to the reinvestment zone number 1 for the December 2023 expiring terms of Phil Johnson, Chase Waterwall, James Abbey, and Gary Mossman, and 1 vacant position with an expiring term of December 2024. This was done based off the work that we did in the workshop, which clarified exactly whose term was up when. And with that definition, I would like to have a motion here where we fulfill the people there that are defined and table the vacant position, because we said as a policy, we wanted to have it up posted on the city website so that people would be able to see that this was an open position and request applications, and I don't believe we've done that. So I don't wanna, fill a position until we have all applications in, and then we've done that solicitation.
All right, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we extend the terms for Phil Johnson, Chase Waterwall, James Abbey, and Gary Mossman to December 2025 from their currently expiring dates of 2023. And that we table the selection for the filling of the vacant position that expires at the end of December 2024 until we have time for residents to be able to say that they'd like to be part
To
of that.
apply. Yep. Do I hear a second? Second by Paula. Any further conversation, any further discussion? Then I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. The next item, 9.5, discussion action appointment to the Nassau Bay Economic Development Corporation. This has to be a member of council, just for the people in the audience. The Economic Development Corporation is made up of 4 council people and 3 directors for a total board of 7 individuals. We have 1 council position that's open with the position 6. And from that standpoint, we need to nominate a member of this council on that. Yep. Okay. I can't make a
Oh,
motion.
yeah, okay, I'm ready. I'd like to nominate Sarah as the person to fill this position for the EDC.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Lucy. Any further discussion here? Then I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor?
Okay, I'll vote for myself.
Passes 7-0. The next item is the discussion and action. Oh, no, wait a minute. No. I'm on the, I skipped 9.6, and this is a discussion. This is the composition of the Parks and Recreation Committee. I modified this. This is something that came to me, and I just wanna communicate to the rest on council. We were looking at potentially from the workshop, elevating an individual who was under 18 as part of that. Problem is, I received 4 different iterations of the ordinance where the sections that were deleted and supposedly replaced didn't match up. There was even a description of a Parks and Rec that was really about special events. The point here is, I would like to table this for 1 month because I want the city attorney to fix this, because whatever we did, somebody could challenge it and we would probably have to rescind based off the messiness of how the current ordinances are. So I really want to fix this. So my intention is to bring this back to council next month in January with an ordinance and with a recommendation.
Mr. President, I motion to table the composition of the Parks and Recreation.
Do I hear a second?
Till January.
Second by Chase. Any further comments here before?
I
guess I have to call a vote.
My only comment is that I would like to see the original essay from 1973, which included someone of the age of 18 on the.
Just so we went over this in detail at the workshop, and I will commit to bringing what we said at the workshop forward as an order. Okay, and then there's been a motion to table in second, so no more discussion. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. We're on a roll, guys. We're on a roll. 9.7, thank you this is discussion and action, is the establishment of an animal shelter compliance committee. My understanding is this is mandated by the state that if we are going to have an animal shelter, we must have a compliance committee. And what I would,
Mr. Mayor, I can speak to this if you'd like.
Yes.
For the state of Texas and dishes, in being compliant with state law and any animal shelter, we have to have a compliance committee The animal shelter has to be, inspected. And with that committee, the committee is to ensure that everything conducted within that facility is under the compliance to the state law mandated by DISHs. And so to that point, we have not had a, group or an organization.
So we're not in compliance.
We're not in compliance.
So what I would like to ask for here in the motion is that we, a motion to establish a compliance committee. Be prepared, though, that we need to create an ordinance and codify this as to what the rules are for this.
Correct.
And then that is what we will use to vote on and then we're gonna have to solicit membership and things along that, other than what's mandated by state law.
Correct. So Mayor, I'd like the motion that we establish, per state law, the requirement of a, animal welfare advisory committee for the animal shelter.
Do I hear a second? Seconded by Chase. Any further conversation here?
So timeline wise, we would expect in January to see this.
Is that a reason?
Yeah, I've got 2 surgeries this month, and I assume I'll be through and ready for this one.
Not decapitation.
No decapitation, no, but I might be delayed 1 month, I hope I don't. I should be able to get it in January, but I have no complications.
Okay.
And I just like to say that, you know, I think this community has such a high amount of respect for Troy. I just hope that a lot of decision-making on who is going to be on this committee. I mean, I know it's kind of defined by the, right, but there is a little flexibility on, you know, picking which vet or picking which,
If I can start.
if he can be involved. I want him to be heavily involved in the competition.
Just for clarity for everyone's sake, before this even came before council, a year ago, I sat down with Troy in relationship to this and with Paul. This was during previous city manager. And with that, the importance here is that this is compliance by state law. We already have a vet that is contracted by the city that handles any euthanasia that we need to do. So I've envisioned that, Troy being the person for the mandate of the state requirement would be on the committee along with our current, contracted vet. Somebody that would be, involved with possibly the SPCA. And I would throw myself in there because I'm an associate professor for veterinary medicine.
I would just say, hey, this mandates that there's 5 people that need to be on this advisory board. Let's get it codified.
Sorry, let me correct, Mayor. It is not an advisory board. It is a compliance committee.
Not compliant.
It's called an advisory committee.
Advisory committee for compliance with regards to state law.
That's fine. Like I said, I want to get an ordinance so it's in black and white. And then we can hassle and hash back and forth exactly who should be. I'm not gonna be on it, so I can.
And we do have residents.
And we do have residents, okay? Then, again, I hear a motion to create this compliance committee, and I've heard a second. Any further discussion?
I'd just like to see this go on the website so that we're letting people know this is being
You
formed,
will, yeah.
and then they can volunteer.
Can it go into the, Compass Rose? It can't you have room for it this time?
That'd be great.
Mr. Mayor, if I can please, I appreciate that everyone has concern for the animals inside of the city. The importance here is the state requirement by law. And so these are people who are well versed in regards to the.
I would assume our ordinance is gonna comply.
The ordinance has to comply with this, or the state statute that says who they'll be.
Correct.
One licensed vet, one county or local municipal official, one with the duties include the daily operation of a animal shelter, and was represented from an animal welfare.
Correct.
You specify, and then they have to meet 3 times a year.
Correct.
So we just follow this and we should be all right.
Yeah, exactly. Then I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor? I think it passes 7-0, yeah. Okay. Chief, discussion, update on the flock system installation.
So the block system installation was scheduled for last Friday and today. I think there was, I think 7 of the locations for last Friday, the rest were scheduled for today. I do know that I went and saw about half of them this morning were established, were in place. I did see the crew out putting another one up. I can't tell you right now if they're all up. At the end of the day, they were still working on that, but that's the schedule. And probably at least 75% were up when I was out shortly after lunchtime.
So, like, I have just one question that I want to make sure that nobody can come into our community without being picked up on the flock system. And I guess I want to make sure that we have things placed so that we have that level of surveillance, so that we can spot whoever comes in, and there's people don't do a little bit of investigation and find out a way to get into our city and avoid the flock system.
Not on public roadway.
Pardon me?
Not on a public roadway. There are private drives.
So there's private drives.
Yeah,
Like in parking lots?
in parking lots, sure.
And, can you do us a favor, and then for those that are a gap through properties, there's gotta be choke points that even with those private lots that we should be able to have. Cause
Yeah,
it's real cheap to put in extra cameras.
We did take one, one of the original locations, when it was being set up with Block, when they were looking at things, they had 2 cameras on one entrance, and after a discussion with them, we only needed 1 that was already budgeted, so we moved that one to a location that is behind, one of our.
Can you do me what I'd like to see is an assessment of what, and we knew the executive session if you want or whatever, but I would like to know the locations that we would have to have complete coverage. And how many, because I really want to blanket the entrance into and out of Nassau Bay.
Okay, we can do that.
So I think this part is cheap. That's my only question. That's my only request.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make an additional request to that. It's that, we have 2 access points coming in on Nash Road 1, down by where we have the light for the Hilton and where the, townhomes are gonna be going in. And then down here, of course, coming off the, National Parkway. It would be wonderful to have some coverage, at least on those 2 points as they transit our city. Because that way, at least we can inform any other jurisdiction if someone's passing through us, potentially, but also highlight and double check who's coming in.
But your request would say we would monitor we'd have every license plate that comes through. That's
You would
what
catch someone coming from Saturn and Nassau Road 1 and then turning into a private drive though.
we would not.
So Councilman Addy, are you referring to cameras actually on National Road 1 itself?
On our property, yes.
Okay, I need to do some research into that to see, National Road 1 is not our jurisdiction, the roadway itself.
The cameras can point in that direction. And what they pick up, I think would be valuable information for any jurisdictions that would have anyone that is picked up on the cameras that is wanted or has some criminal element to it, be able to be informed of what's going on.
So I mean, I'd like you to at least assess, and I also assess the manpower, because if I remember, we're over 100,000 per day traversing east and west on this road.
I don't have that exact number, but I can
But
imagine.
I believe it's flat. I think some of the things coming through our economic development will suggest that we're over 6 digits of cars going back and forth for a 24-hour period.
The only thing I would caution if there is.
I'm with you, I'd like to have that data, I just don't know.
Yeah, there's a possibility of putting those cameras in, and I know from other cities that there's a process of having to work with TxDOT to get permissions to do that. So I don't know what that process is, because we haven't had to worry about that. But anything that would flag up on the block system would not be something that we would be going out to find onto the roadway.
No, right. It would be, if there was, let's say, Amber were picked up on something and they're transiting through us or on National Road 1, our camera picks up, that would hit, and that would then transmit to other jurisdictions or ourselves, be on the lookout for that vehicle, as I understand it.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions. How far out do they capture?
I don't know the exact distance, it's pretty close to the camera itself, it's not, blocks down the road or anything like that.
Those, if you put it on NASA one, you are gonna catch just a bunch of people just driving by down and you're not gonna be able to call it on those. But if you put them on Space Park, I think those are some of the private drives that people would come behind, or at least try to come through to get.
So that's where we moved the one. The space park.
Yeah, right.
And I think we're talking about the things what we're talking about is what you're referring to, and what Councilman Abbey is referring to is assisting the other agencies. We're gonna basically give other agencies down on the Seabrook end or the Webster end, we're gonna give them some cameras that they can use, and, so they come into their city. Is that an accurate understanding?
That's very accurate, and vice versa. So if they're picking something up on theirs, they turn into ours.
Sure. Okay, I'll work with Block and we'll look at the overhead and we'll have to work with them to see what the design is. how many-
I acknowledge the creativity and ingenuity of our thieves and our folks that have ill intent. And I just want to make sure we do what we can, which is cost effective.
Yeah, well, my original, when we were putting this together, all was to cover the public roadways and see how well or how active it was in our city before we expanded, but if you want to look at it now. we can do that.
At least like an assessment of what do we call it. I
Okay.
sure would.
Sure.
And, just so the public knows, I think there's 16 of them are going in, or how many points? 13 points that are gonna go in.
Right now.
Right now.
As we stand, and they may very well, they may be installed already, they were supposed to be finished by today. So,
Excellent. Any other questions? Any other queries?
The only thing I would ask is I don't know, working with Block and having looked at this, I'm not sure that we would have this ready for January, but we'll get it to you, and I'll get it to either, if we have it before, then I can get it to Nathan or to all of it and share it with council before, the council meeting.
Fair enough.
Great.
Okay,
Sure.
thanks, Chief. Next item is discussion and action, revert the future zoning of Gloria Day property to prior residential designation. This is to clarify this is part of our comprehensive plan that is, and I put this one on here because this was a big item where we're now beginning to have the communication basis for developers in different areas. And what we designate as what the intent of the city is in the future is something that they want to know about. And I don't want to go into having something we know, we don't want to kick our churches out. So I want to change that mistake. And I want to have that revert back to the Glory, having that as a residential designation like it used to be and like how every other church is handled.
But that's only the planning, the master plan,
It's only the comprehensive plan, it is not our current zoning, but it indicates to any developer what the future use of that property that the city wants to manage going
But
forward.
nothing in this action to be taken would change the zoning of that.
It would not,
property.
it would change the comprehensive plan on the future
That's right.
use.
Mr. Mayor, then I'd like to make a motion if we are taking action on this item, to revert future zoning of Gloria Day property. I would add the other churches, to that be comprehensive, properties to prior residential designation within the master plan of the city of Nassau.
Comprehensive.
Comprehensive plan is being corrected.
Yep, okay. Do I hear a second?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, that, a motion that revert future zoning for Gloria Day and other, churches within the designation of Nassau Bay, if necessary.
I thought the description of future zoning instead of, you don't want this to look like you resolved.
Okay.
So,
I motion that future zoning of Gloria Day, and any other church within the jurisdiction of Nassau Bay are, reverted back to prior residential designation.
In the comprehensive.
Plan.
Correct.
Of the city of Nassau Bay.
Do I hear a second?
Mr. Greg, can we do Gloria?
other churches other than Glory Day, if it's not on the agenda, or is that okay, since it's not right?
It's really not gonna do anything with the one that's on the agenda, you're right, that's correct, it should be limited to this one, but it's, and as a practical matter, you're talking about something broader than just Gloria Day, right?
He's talking about all.
I'm not aware. My understanding is that this is only a problem for Gloria Day.
That's also my understanding.
Okay. Well, then, I stand corrected.
Leave it at Gloria Day, then you for sure don't have a problem.
I don't mind it being broader, but I think we're covered anyway.
That's fine.
I'll second that.
So moved by Jane, seconded by Sarah.
Mhm.
And then, any other comment, any other question? Then I'm gonna call for the vote. All those in favor? It passes 7-0. And then, 9-10, which is the discussion, it's an update on the 2023 data security incident communication. And
I think we, we have our guest with us now is Claire here.
downstairs.
No, she was here, but we're not seeing her at the moment. He was just a minute to see if we can.
Really no. Here we go. About time to get out of water.
I think so. It's just a minute.
Do we need to take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Would be helpful.
I'm just gonna take 5 minutes.
Yep, I'm just gonna take it, I'm moving that it is 8:53. We are moving for a recess and we'll convene when an open session afterwards.
You are, I know you are.
We all back? We are. And is she ready? She's ready. Then it is 9:03. We'll be back into open session.
Mayor, I'd like to introduce Blair Dawson. She's with McDonald Hopkins. She and her team serve as the city's privacy counsel for the network security incident that occurred in May. She'll be discussing the notifications that were issued recently and answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Hi, Blair.
Good
How are
evening.
you? You hear
I'm
us?
doing, yes, I can. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm doing well, thank you.
We can hear you quite well. Or we could.
Yes, I'm
Are you-
still here.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that some of the questions that council may have is just, can you go over, the communications plan and how this unfolded to communicate to people what had occurred on, the event in May for our cyber attack?
Yeah, some of the details are outlined in letters that some of the attendees may have received if their information was suspected as having been compromised. Our understanding is that the team there identified some abnormal activity on the system on May 23rd and contacted the Texas authorities right away and began remediation steps after that point. And that included contacting the cyber carrier as well as professionals that are in this experienced in this area, including me as part of the legal team and then forensic investigators.
Okay, and I know there's other people that have comments here, so please join in. I think the question that I've had more than anything else is just the time frame that the event occurred in May May 23rd, and the announcement, at least to citizens, and I think I also understand is past employees, so past staff, were notified a good 6-7 months after the event took place.
Right. The notification occurs after an organization is able to determine first that personally identifiable information, or PII, and that includes things like social security numbers, driver's licenses, and a whole host of other categories under state statutes, whether that has been compromised or reasonably suspected to have been compromised. And then part of the process is taking that data set and then aggregating the specific information to individuals so we can offer some guidance and protections to those individuals that have been compromised or suspected to have been compromised. It is a lengthy process. One, to first identify whether PII has been impacted at all, what that PII entails, like the entire data set, for instance, and then culling through that data set to get the information for individuals and what categories of information may have been compromised. And then finally verifying their most current recent addresses so we can get those letters out to them.
And if we had communicated earlier before the definition of the PII, what would have been consequences of that?
There has been case law that speaks to causing undue anxiety and stress for people who ultimately were not compromised in making what you could say was a premature statement. At the time of discovering the incident, there was no way of knowing at that point whether PII had actually been compromised. So it could cause undue stress. And also, there have been claims in other instances where people, when there was a premature notification to a larger group that wasn't compromised, they spent time, money, and effort to take on identity protections and things like that they ultimately didn't need to take. And I think something that's important to point out too is that once we got the list of the impacted files in mid-October, the letters were sent out around mid to end of November, which is, I know that doesn't sound like a very short amount of time, but in this kind of area, in my daily practice, this is kind of an accelerated pace.
Yeah, that accelerated pace is not what I got communicated to me, just honestly. I got more concerns around why it took so long, and we almost thought that it was some people thought maybe we had been attacked again. And I'm just trying to make sure council knows, or if there's anything we need to change. I know one past employee would have liked to have known earlier, as what I believe we had communication to staff, because they had the most to lose, and we had the most information there. But if you were to kind of review what we did, you know, what could we have done to accelerate the time frame? Because I'm more concerned about the individuals who were impacted versus the people who were not.
Right. I would have to say that the team worked with all due diligence to get the information as quickly and as accurately as possible in order to get the notifications out to those individuals that were affected. It's just an unfortunate byproduct of the process of being a victim of an attack by a criminal that it takes some time to discover, especially when they take countermeasures to try to hide their tracks and what they've done, discover exactly where they've been and what they've done. So I would say in this instance, I don't see that there were any undue delays or any missteps taken, and that all the notifications that were offered were entirely appropriate.
Ms. Knopf, but if I can, sorry, this is Councilman Abbey. A quick question in regards to the letters that went out, the information that was given to you for those individuals that were compromised, was that given directly to you by the city, or was that harvested from the data sets that you were given in regards to what was taken from the city?
My recollection is that it came through the city, who had received it from either the FBI or Texas law enforcement.
One of the issues that was conveyed to me by several residents was actually that they thought this was a spam letter that went out. The reason being was how it was written, number one, and then number two was the names of the individuals, which were pretty much not well written, or the lettering was wrong for those individuals, for their last name or first names even. So just trying to get my head around who comprehensively reviewed this, assessed it, and then passed it out to ensure that there was continuity with those individuals whose data was taken during that attack.
Yeah, there are a lot of steps that are undertaken, both with the point of contacts at the city, as well as the vendors who are culling the data and also doing quality control on our part. Obviously, we don't know the names of the individuals. Sometimes that's difficult to assess. We make every effort to cross-check against the data, and then also with a national change of address search to ensure that the letters are going to the appropriate individuals at the appropriate addresses. There are always circumstances where there are going to be some naming conventions that may be inaccurate and so forth. As far as the letter, whether it looks legitimate or not, we get that question quite a bit, and I can understand that concern. But one of the reasons for sending the letter is being able to provide all the additional information with the credit monitoring service, credit freeze, stuff like that, you know, giving tips as well for checking financial information and just having good security hygiene.
No, understandable. In some cases, some of the individuals, their medical records were actually taken. I believe that was in context of services provided by our EMS and billing that's done through that. And in that regards, that information that was taken and that's different than the regular PI that you would see in regards to that protection. what's being done underneath that in regards for protecting the citizens who's had their medical records compromised?
Beyond the credit monitoring, there isn't something separate for health monitoring.
I know some people who actually received a letter and it was for the deceased, former owner of the house. And so how do those people know that if it was their data that's compromised or if it was the person who's passed away's data that's compromised? Do you cross-check that this person is alive that you're sending this note to, or, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the letter for deceased individuals, it goes to the most recent address or state. So that letter will specifically say who it's directed to. So if it's a family member that's receiving it, it will be specific. It will specifically state in the letter that it's for the deceased individual and provide specific guidance on what the executor or family members can do.
So
If the family, I'm sorry, just to augment my answer further, if the individual that received the letter on behalf of the deceased, if they receive a separate letter for themselves, then that would mean that their information had been reasonably suspected to be compromised. If they didn't, then it was not.
Just quick, in regards to the fidelity of the information that was shared with you in regards to the breach of data and that cross-reference to social security numbers or reference numbers, driver's license, home addresses, the reference to the individual would then be verified through their social security, correct?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Are you asking if we have mechanisms for verifying the individuals that were compromised?
That the information that was cross-referenced through the systems y'all have in regards to putting out these letters, that the fidelity of that data or that aggregation of data for putting the letters out had a system of checks on it.
Okay, my apologies. It's a little bit garbled, so I'm having a hard time hearing the question, but I think the gentleman was asking about whether the various data points for individuals are cross-referenced in order to verify identity.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, that is part of the process. It's essentially a spreadsheet of individuals' names, their address from the data that we have, the most recent address, and then whatever categories we think may have been affected. And then once we clean up that data, if there's duplicates, if people's names are transposed, so first is last and last is first, or there are initials, that kind of thing, we clean that up. And the final step before the letters go out is going to that national change of address search that I mentioned earlier. And then that will update any addresses to the most recent on record with the national change of address.
But just to be clear, if you are not a family member from a previous property owner, then that's a communication you say that would not apply to the current property owner.
No, it's to the individual. Yeah, it's to the individual only.
Yeah, so, the piece that I struggle with here is just how long it took. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I heard you say around the anxiety for people who may spend money or things, but don't we have insurance for that? I mean, don't we have a coverage for all those whose PII may or may not have been as if we include those that were, potentially compromised early, doesn't our insurance still cover that?
If the question is whether if you have a breach or you have a cybersecurity incident, you don't even know it's a breach yet, and a breach is a legal term of art, meaning that you know that PII has been compromised so that it triggers a notification obligation. If you're not to that point and you're suggesting that you just provide notice to everyone that may have been in the system, just even trying to determine who that would be difficult. The universe could be quite large, and I think any expense that might go under coverage, that would have to be something that was directed to the insurance company. But in my experience, they also follow the common practice of determining exactly who's been compromised rather than sending out broad spectrum notifications.
I mean, we're a 5,000, citizen city with less than 50 employees on staff. Now, you may say, okay, that's just here and now, but multiply it by 20. It's not that big of that's still not a very big population. You may say it's 100,000 people. Those are usually things that are dropping the bucket for a lot of other cities. And my understanding is that the insurance covers if you have any reasonable understanding that there may be PII compromise, which I think we had a high degree of knowledge that PII had potentially been compromised. We just didn't know the full extent. And I'm just wondering if when you have situations like that, rather than waiting till 100%, my biggest concerns are how do the people who were, affected get protection at the earliest point possible.
Right. No, I understand your concern. It's definitely. It's really an extension of the process of narrowing down that information as quickly as possible. Because again, with like credit monitoring, for instance, some people may have social security numbers impacted while others don't. And credit monitoring wouldn't be offered for those that don't have social security numbers that have been impacted. So there's a lot of different layers in the notification process and who receives what, which begs to have the process completed in order to have that final population. I do understand your concerns about notifying as soon as possible, but I think weighed against who's actually compromised, how are they compromised, and what kind of services and protections can you offer them is part of that calculation as well.
Yeah, to me though, at the expense of true open liability for individuals who, unbeknownst to them, know that their PII could be compromised and could get theft, from that situation, and that we would be the culprit by not communicating properly.
I know this is,
I mean, I have to believe, because we even had some things where we communicated to some employees and things along that because of the vulnerability. But the citizens, and I would even say maybe even past employees should be considered like current staff. But I mean, I'm just trying to, as you look at things from your experience, what are some criteria that we can utilize to expedite? Because my view is taking on extra risk around people who are unaffected versus allowing risk to people who are, just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, it does seem counterintuitive, but I will say that if you're having regulatory scrutiny by the state attorney general's offices of the various states that you might have to notify, and then individual claims, the case law and regulatory practice definitely weighs in favor of waiting until you go through reasonable steps and due diligence to determine who was actually compromised. And it's actually looked unfavorably upon a strategy of over notifying in their view, or prematurely. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but that's
like how lower an insurance claim.
Mr. Mayor, I can say that I've been affected by 2 hacks by T-Mobile. With that information, we're notified that T-Mobile notified that there's been a breach within their system. And then usually a period of time, not a month, not 2 months, not 6 months, there's a notification whether you were actually one of the ones that was data was taken, and they offer that to you individually, specifically, you know, tied to your mobile phone number that is connected to your account with your payment details and all of that. So in the context of something like that, and that's a large data set, a huge one, I would imagine, much more, we're not T-Mobile, we're a smaller jurisdiction, something like that where there's been an incident, that incident is broadcast out to those who could be affected. I would possibly, that's a better approach than waiting 6 months.
I guess I'm trying to understand what could we have done differently that would allow us to expedite if this was done under the appropriate thing, and, you know, what levers do we have to help accelerate that time?
Right. And just to speak to the T-Mobile example, I can't speak specifically to their decision making, but I think a large part of it is probably because they're a publicly traded entity that's under the SEC rules to issue public notices under 8Ks. So it would have been public information anyway. So I'm sure they wanted to get ahead of it for reputational issues with their customer base. But as far as getting notifications out, if there is the unfortunate event that this should happen in the future, that would be something for the city to weigh if they want to go counter to what the common practice is and do that type of notification before you know if anybody's PII has been impacted or if you do determine if PII has been impacted to some degree, who has been impacted and how. You'd have to weigh that on a case by case basis. If you think that that's worth the risk of putting out a notification to the larger population versus waiting to discover who the actual compromised individuals may be.
Blair, Chase Marvel, I just had a couple of questions here. So did you say that you guys did this at a pretty quick pace? Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, I would say between finalizing the data set on October 16th and having all the letters out and regulatory notifications out by November 22nd is a pretty quick pace. So I know, just to give you historical context or experiential context.
Okay, and so when you say you did it at a pretty quick pace, I mean, we could have notified people sooner potentially. But you were mentioning that if we did that, potentially we could have extended our liability based off of lawsuits because of the anxiety and the extra costs. So had we notified people sooner, like just everybody in the city and that's worked here, then not only could we have been liable for that information that was released, but also for the people that weren't affected because we notified them and then they took those extra measures and then they also, you know, had that anxiety. So if we had notified people sooner, not only could we have had some issues with the people that had their data hacked, but also the people that didn't. Is that kind of basically what you're saying?
That's absolutely correct. And two other things that go with that is that if you were to notify the larger group of people, the question would be, then what are you going to do for me? And if there's it's going to be a pretty unsatisfying answer if you say, well, we still have to wait to see if, like, for instance, your social security number has been impacted or whether you've been impacted at all in order to provide credit monitoring, for instance. And from a litigation perspective, the appellate courts have been expanding or creating more leniency for claims for damages that were otherwise or previously thought to be rather speculative. A lot of this information is viewed as having, been compromised for most of us multiple times over. So it would be difficult to draw a specific harm or alleged damage or even a perceived future damage to any one incident. And that's becoming a little bit of a grayer area. So all the more reason to perhaps consider whether it's a good idea to give notice prior to really knowing who's impacted and how.
Yeah, so you said about, the people that weren't affected, what can we do to help them? Talking about that more specifically, the people that were impacted. So by waiting and figuring out exactly, even though you say it was at a very, breakdown pace essentially, finding out specifically what their hack was, were we able to give them more, efficient guidance with how to get that resolved, or basically let them know more specifically what was hacked? Is that what you're saying by you know, kind of waiting to notify them until we have all the information?
Yeah, because first, the first part of the analysis is to determine what data has been potentially compromised or you reasonably suspect has been compromised, and then deciding or determining, is there PII in that information? Okay, there is PII. Now, whose PII is part of that data set? And then what categories, because they don't all align. Not everybody had the same categories that were reasonably suspected to have been compromised. And that's really critical for a number of reasons, because different states have different breach notification laws with different categories. There's a lot of overlap, but there are some nuances as well. And people move, so you have to assess where the law I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time speaking at the end of the night here. You have to assess the law in the state of residency at that time, not when they worked for the city, for instance. So getting those categories figured out so you can give them proper guidance. And it's outlined in the letter. It will say what categories have been affected. And then just going back to the Social Security numbers, if that's a category that has been affected, then credit monitoring is also included in that letter.
So basically by waiting and not jumping the gun and telling everybody, you are limiting the potential lawsuits from people that weren't affected and had anxiety or spent those costs. And then you're able to give more efficient guidance to people that were impacted, basically. Is that right?
That's right.
Sorry, Ms. Austin, I'm going to follow up on a question that I had in reference to what Mr. Warnwell just stated. So if I heard you correctly earlier, you stipulated that there is no coverage for PHI. Underneath the PHI got out, there is no insurance or health information in regards to what is covered underneath what's been offered within the letter of context, correct?
That's correct.
Any other questions for Blair? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Blair.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. Is she still?
Did you still have a question?
No. I was gonna say we're gonna continue, but you don't need to be on.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you. Well, I was gonna ask if you.
I have a serious question. So in relationship to the data breach and the information that was taken and notification of individuals who had their information taken, the only thing that was offered to those individuals was credit monitoring, yet we had health information that was taken and we knew about that. Correct.
I'm not so.
Notification given to one resident that I'm aware of.
So what I was gonna ask was to the people who were in the paint when this happened. I mean, I really struggled. As you guys know, I felt an obligation that if somebody had something, taken, even if there was only a probability of that, I felt it was our obligation to have to come clean and tell people what had occurred and then sift through it. And I know we got guidance from some of the things, particularly on insurance, but I thought we had coverage for all the credit things, and the amount that was allowed had like a big number, which meant we got good coverage from a small city. From your guys' perspective, I mean, what do you think about the timing and stuff like that? Is there anything we could have done to communicate sooner, quicker than what we did? Or thoughts?
And I think Mr. Greg can attest to this, or Mr. Warwall or Ms. Horton, that we were following guidance. Ms. Dawson works for the law firm. They were our privacy counsel that was assigned to us to handle this, so we were following the guidance of our legal attorneys at that time on that had the expertise in this matter. So not being experts in this matter, ourselves, we had followed guidance that would be being given to us by the privacy council.
The privacy council was those paid for by the insurance companies though? They really work for the insurance company.
That was through through TMI.
From TML.
Well, they're assigned by TML to that purpose, but they don't just work for the insurance company, they work for us too.
Because I remember at specific things, there were, if we communicated earlier, they had the potential of having a larger insurance plan.
I think that's what, Councilman Wardwall was clarifying with, Ms. Dalton,
And
was, notifying individuals who may or may not have impacted, who eventually were not impacted, opens us up for the possibility of even more liability.
Yeah.
So, the team that was working on it at the time was following the guidance of the experts, the insurance company, the privacy council, the other vendors that were hired through TML and the insurance company that were the experts in this. And that
So
was
was this uniform communication to everybody, or was there differentiation in communication, or
communication for
just all people could be affected? Was it all done in this one letter, or was there other communications or anything along that line?
No, this was the communication that was advised by the company. This was the process in which they had the expertise.
But no other communications around what could have been taken or that was done.
No, if I understand your question, no.
I have a very definitive question. My definitive question is, who within the parties that were privy and assisting us in relation to this data breach advised on and suggested what to do for public health information?
I'm aware of the financial,
I'd like to know, because that is actually, a very hot topic when it comes to breaches at hospital systems. So I'm concerned for that.
And I don't believe there was ever any discussion on the health information, just the PII. Well, there was discussion on PHI at one point, I believe.
I didn't think we had anything that we were confirmed actual PHA information, was just whether or not they were in the EMS or not. That could be mistaken.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, on the record here, let me read something to you. I think this is important. Your information impacted files containing your full name, date of birth, social security number, medical treatment information, and health insurance information. That's what the resident was notified with. Both their treatment and their health records.
I mean,
someone had to find that within the context of that data set. Who was the one that reviewed the data set?
we have a number of people,
Yeah, I understand that, but that information had to be conveyed to these people, push out that letter. And so we would have been aware that this was going out. That it was a compromise, not just those social securities, driver's license numbers, date of birth, those things, that there was public health information or private health information going out. And we should have been notified so that we could put mitigation in place.
I mean, the communication to council, probably, so just so that we would be prepared to answer to people, should have happened.
Correct.
Right? I mean, at the end of the day, a hacker off what I understand, off the geographic footprint of the United States took the information, right? We fought to find out exactly how much that information was taken, and there was a process to do that. I don't know when it was actually declared that we actually had everything that we needed.
My question is that in the context of leadership of this process that occurred and the information shared for us to make decisive decisions for what we are liable for, which is the health, welfare,
and finances of the city, that was not conveyed to us. That our residents' health information was not conveyed, that it was taken. And there should have been a point of action where information and updates were given to council during the period of the summer, over the course of those months, of what was being undertaken. And what steps were being done, at what process we were in. And that process is negated by those words going out correctly.
So does this, do we have the executive session for this? I would suggest any discussions like that be held in executive session.
Thank you.
And I guess I'm more looking at, I know a lot of real hard work was done. I just feel for the individuals that, and I'm thinking, what I understood was there was more a financial impact than a health. But that's my ignorance, but just how we could do this sooner and what would have been the consequences, because paying for 500 people's insurance or paying for 500 people to put in credit, monitoring is peanuts. And I think our insurance, and I know our advisors throughout this whole thing were telling us to withhold. And I think we need to think exactly what criteria, because I felt like some people were left hanging, and I heard about it. I heard about it in many cases. So I would suggest we take this to executive session. Thank you. Okay. Anything else before I take us into executive session? I think any other comments for open session here? Then I'm moving to executive session. This would be discussion, consideration of the city secretary position pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.074 personnel. 10.2 discussion, update report on May 2023 server attack and mitigation efforts pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.076, security devices or audits, and 10.3 discussion, update report on security audit timeline pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.076, security of devices or audits. It is 9:40, and I'm also going to invite the relative parties or staff to join us in the discussion, so we get over the discussion. I think we should, unless you want to do one.
Back there that. Or so I want to make sure that the public needs money for.
Put yours in your pocket.
So if you don't know what it's about. Hey, that's fine. They're. I don't have to. All right. That's what I said. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, don't bother. I'm not gonna beg you. No, that's your Dr. Pepper's. Yeah.
Oh.
Were you thinking about lots of?
What's the?
Yeah. Oh,
No, that's fine. So basically, yeah. All right. Ready? Coming out of, are we recording?
I'm like.
So hey, little order, we're coming out. It is 11:02. We are now in open session now that our city attorney is joined us.
Mr. Mayor, I would
Yes,
like
sir.
to make a motion that, we appoint, Ms. Lisa Glacier as our, acting
City Secretary.
acting city secretary.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Chase, so moved by James, seconded by Chase. Any other further questions or comments? Then I want to call for the vote. All those in favor? Passing 7-0. And I have a motion to adjourn. Mayor, I motion to adjourn. Same people, all those in favor? We're adjourned.
Welcome, Lacey.
Yeah.
You need this back, right?
Yes. Oh.
Did you find the one?
That's
what I bought.
Yeah, you didn't die.
That you want to box died and then.
I just want to know what.
Well, I like that you have-